Hey, it's Bitty Penny. Welcome to my channel and my messy desk. I hope you're doing well. I've certainly missed you guys. But I'm back, and today I will be working on journals and cards, both, and crafting for Mother's Day. I have three to craft for, so my mother-in-law, and my sister-in-law. So, well, one of my sister-in-laws. So, and I'd honestly do them all if I just thought about it sooner. So that's what we're up to today. I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you'll hang out with me for a little while and we can chat. Hey, Maddie, first one here. Good morning. Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Heidi. So good to see y'all. Hope you're doing well. And for all the moms out there, happy Mother's Day. No matter what, you deserve it. It's one of the hardest jobs, isn't it? It's also one of the most rewarding, but it is one of the hardest jobs. Hey, Jenny G, good to see you. Oh, hi, Jimmy. Good to see you too. Oh, good. I'm glad you're both here. So let's get cracking because I've got my work cut out for me. I have my tea, I have water, so I'm ready to go. Let's do this. Hey, Kim. Now, I kind of have like three totally different people to craft for, but I grabbed this paper, which is an old one from Paper Studio, which I think is Hobby Lobby. I got it on sale. That's typically how I buy plain paper. And it's really beautiful, and I love this little kitten with the yarn on the front. I just think it's so cute. So what we're going to do today, I need to make 3 cards, and then I also, even though honestly my husband will probably buy his mom a card because he likes ones with lots of writing on the inside. Like he likes to buy very sentimental cards. It's very sweet. So he'll probably buy her one, but I'm going to make one just in case and make her a small gift. So let's pull this out. I thought it went well with this paper. Look at that adorable kitten. Catnap. Hey, Flo. How's it going? Hi, Beth. Hi, Paula K. Good to see y'all. Hi, Valerie and Oliver. Bonjour. Good morning. Thanks, Maddie. Yes, happy Mother's Day to everyone, everywhere. All the mamas. Okay, just an adorable little kitten taking a cat nap. But yeah, so let's just jump into this. So this is a variety pack, and I thought, well, geez, all these colors kind of go well with this paper. And that was just a lucky draw because they were right next to each other on my shelf. I mean, when does that happen? Never. Because I just don't stay organized like that. So I have this really old Stampin' Up! Paper pad, and we'll have to see because it does have some funky colors, I remember. And this is a really old one called Sweet Soiree. So you can keep pieces like this and masterboard on them and end up turning them into journal covers or whatever. It's basically just a 12 by 12 sheet of paper. But, you know, waste not, want not. You can turn that into something if you want to. I'm going to put it off to the side. I also grabbed this other. So what I'm trying to do right now is smash random paper pads in my collection, the ones that just have a few pieces left, because I have enough that have just a couple of pieces left that I could probably clear one of my little 12 by 12 cubicles. So here's some little pearl, or not pearls, but gems that I can use. And it looks like this was like some kind of, this is like ideas that came from close to my heart. And I do have this stamp set. I loved this stamp set. I never bought too much from close to my heart, but everything I did, I loved. I really liked close to my heart. They are no longer in business. And this is just plain paper, but that's perfect for journal pages, right? So we will use that. Here's some plain white 12 by 12 as well. And then is this the only piece of pattern paper? And there's 2 of them. Okay, so this is what I pulled out. Let's go through this too. Let's see. I think the blue will work, yeah, because there's blue in here. So that's cool. Yep, blue will totally work. All right, this page, I don't know. We might have to cover that or something. I mean, the cakes work for Mother's Day, right? Yeah, I think this is the page that I'm worried about. That page of that real coral looking color. Not sure how that fits in the mix with the mauves with these. I guess it works. I mean, obviously Stampin' Up! Thought it worked. So we can probably do that. So I'm having a really hard time deciding what kind of journal I want to make for the mamas, but I'm making quick journals. So trying to decide. I've been hemming and hawing for at least 30 minutes as I sat here at my desk before starting this live. I think I have, let me look in my closet real quick. Basically, I'm thinking about making 3 different styles. First one I'm going to start is a journal for my own mother. And I've been saving this book cover for her. I bought it on Etsy just like this because it says Our Oklahoma. She's born and raised in Oklahoma. She's from Oklahoma. So when I saw this on Etsy, I was like, ooh, I want to get that for my mom and make her a journal one day. So I think today's the day. And I'm going to make her a journal out of this. Now I'm thinking about keeping the spine intact. The spine is actually in pretty good condition, minus this little bit here. It's a little torn. Like typically, let me show you what I would do. Typically, I would take a book like this, cut the spine off, and rebind it in some way. Y'all haven't seen the making of this journal yet, but you will soon. This is in an altered accordion journal. But let's try something different. Let's do different today. And I don't know if it'll work, but we don't know until we try, right? So I might have to do a little mending, and I think I need to sturdy the spine just a bit with just, you know, like cardstock. Angie, you're on vacation? Awesome. Heidi, what did y'all have go on? Did y'all have like a thunderstorm? And aren't you up in like Ohio or somewhere? Like, You just had an earthquake. How bizarre. Glad you're okay. Hope everything's fine. Careful opening the cupboards, I guess. Jeez. Okay, so this is just a scrap from my 5x7 card making. We are going to make cards because I need Mother's Day cards too. Okay. I have 3 different ideas basically that I want to bring to you guys today. So hang out with me as I figure it out. I think that's actually pretty good. I think I'm going to put fabric in here anyways. Let me think about this for a minute. Actually, the fabric won't even be necessary. I'm going to grab another piece of this scrap cardstock. Make it even more sturdy. You guys, one of my favorite artists is moving to England, which is where I want to go. And she just announced it. It's like motivating. It's motivating. Anyways, I just found out this morning, along with everyone else who watches her channel or keeps up with her. Okay, so another project I want to work on today is my sister-in-law is a teacher. She's a middle school teacher, and I know she's about, I either want to make, I think I want to make her a summer journal, just a small journal for the summertime. But another project I've been, yeah, that's much better. See how sturdy that is now? I've also been wanting to make her a clipboard. I think I'll add just one more layer because why not? My mom is rough with things. First of all, this journal is from my mom, and she is rough and tough. So when you make something for my mom, you got to make it to last because it's going to be put through the ringer if she uses it. So one more for good measure. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be just fine. It can bend still. It's going to be a little, it's not going to be real sturdy, but it's going to be better than it was. Okay, so I think that's all I'm going to do to the cover. I'm not going to alter the cover a lot because I bought this book so it would say Our Oklahoma. Now, I'm trying to decide if I want to do my 3-minute journal on the inside of this, which we might do for sake of time, or if I wanted to do a no-sew journal where, look at this, I'm going to keep this in here, all the writing. I think it's really sweet. And obviously, this was the library card. Isn't that sweet? Someone checking it out. Flower garden, patchwork, stone flowers, tulips. I think somebody was thinking about gardening, embroidery, somebody after our own heart right there. But yeah, I'm also thinking about doing a back-to-back glue book. Decisions. I think let's do the back-to-back glue book. So I'm going to measure my book. Sorry, as y'all sit here, you guys, I don't have a big plan. I turn on my light and I say, oh, what am I going to make today? 5 1/4 by, I'm going to write it down, 7 1/2. All right, our book is 5 1/4 by 7 1/2. Those are measurements I need to know. So just grab a Post-it. Do you guys have special, it was a 3.5. Oh my gosh. 5 1/4 by 7 1/2. OKC, the Oklahoma Journal. Okay. That's also my husband's initials, OKC. One more time before we make a whole journal. I just have to make sure. 7 1/2, 5 1/4. Okay. It'd be sad if we just cut up a whole bunch of paper and didn't really know what size we needed. All right, so let's grab her some paper. This is when I have the cakes. She'll like that. Some moms might not care for the cakes in their journals, but I know my mom won't mind. Okay. Still deciding. Don't mind me as I still decide. We're going to do the 3-minute journal. See, I'm really just torn today. There's so many ways we could do this, and that's the thing. That's what's making it so hard. Is there's so many ways to do this. So if our journal is 7 1/2 high and 5 1/4 wide, let's do the math together, everyone. Our paper needs to be 7 1/2. I've lost the pencil I had. 7 1/2 by 10 1/2. Fine, I don't have to have a pencil. I'll get a pen. So it needs to be 10.5 by 7.5 pages. So this is the cover size, and this is the pages size. Now, obviously, they could be smaller, but we're going to make this easy on my brain. And I'm going to check for directional paper. Like this page doesn't matter. It's stripes and polka dots. This page matters. It's cakes. We don't want those going all wonky on us. So we're going to go 7 1/2 this way for the height, so our cakes are upright. So that's the first thing I'm going to do, is look at my paper, evaluate it, figure out which way it needs to be turned. So 7 1/2, check. And then these lovely scraps off to the side. And then this side is going to be 10. That way when it's 10 1/2, sorry. That way when it's folded in half, it'll be 5 1/4. So I'm measuring this out to 10 1/2. More scraps. And this, now we have our pages. So we're going to be doing that a number of times. So I'll just sit back with you guys and read about what y'all are talking about. I'm going to try my best not to stop that chat today. Okay, I think I want these pages to go this way. So I'm going to cut these at 7 1/2. I know it might be hard to see. Don't worry. So 7 1/2. By 10 1/2. And now these lines, it kind of reminds me of bunting, will be going across the page. Okay. More. Check the direction of the paper. Lovely. this is like icing rolls, I think, and those, I think that feels upright. So let's turn them all this way. And I'm going to go 7.5. No upside down cake. Not unless it's pineapple. I love pineapple upside down cake. Oh man, I wish I had my godmother's recipe for her pineapple upside down cake. They used to call it something else that's not appropriate. Better than something else cake. It was amazing. It was so good. So good. This paper looks white, but it's not. See? It's kind of got like, it's reminds me of like a bone color or something. It's a little gray, but a little taupe. Somewhere in between all that. Now these 2 pages are white. Look at this. This one's seen better days, but luckily that's just on that branding strip, so that's good. Cut that off. Get rid of that. Oh yeah, those would be great ATCs, Angie. You're so right. One of my gems got attached. Put that over there. All right, 7.5. This is tile on the other side, so it's fine. Yeah, they make good ATCs, pockets. 10.5. Okay, so now all that paper I showed you in the beginning has been chopped, except for the 2 white pieces, because like, what's the point? At least for me in this journal today. Now, let's grab some of these. All the pages in this journal are going to be a little thick. Let's grab a couple of this color. Couple of this one. A couple of these. All right, and we need to trim these down as well because they're too big. So these are 8.5 by 11. I am trimming a couple of pages at the same time for efficiency. So you guys, we are finally starting to plan our road trip this summer to Kansas City, Missouri for the paper Ganza. It is finally happening. I mean, at least we're talking about it. My husband and I went to Academy Sports last night and bought a new home gym, like a weightlifting workout equipment, where you can do like, you know, all the different exercises on it, bench, like all the different upper body, lower body workout stuff. As I age, I notice my muscle mass is diminishing rapidly, and I don't like that. I want to stay strong, so I am excited. My son's super excited. My son loves to work out. He's very muscular and loves to work out, so he's like beyond excited about it. And my husband's like, maybe. But I'm hoping he'll use it too. My son has actually been my motivation as of late to get in shape because he's so disciplined and so like focused and very inspirational. Okay, so we have pages and we have a journal, and I still can't decide how I want to put these in here. And I'm probably going to grab, let me grab some tea dye pages real quick too. When I put my tea dye pages in my paper rack the other day, it was so full that they would barely fit, and now I bet there's 2-inch gap between the top of it and the bottom of it. So I'm going through these quickly. Gonna have to have another tea dye session. I think what I'll do, you guys, is sew these into 3 signatures and then glue them together. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I have gone back and forth on how I'm gonna construct this journal, what, like 10 times since we've been sitting here. Very indecisive. I'm usually very decisive. Miss Linda Veal, how you doing? Hey, Des. Des will be live tomorrow if you guys are looking for some Mother's Day entertainment. I might be able to catch some of it, Des. It depends. I'm hosting at my house. I may not be in the chat much, but I'll have you playing as I rush around and clean my house. And I like to always decorate and put out tablecloths, and for anything that I host, I like to put up decorations, have flowers, you know, make it pretty. So I'll probably be doing all of that. I'm serving like English tea food. So is the menu for tomorrow. Okay. I've got a boatload of paper here now for this journal. So let's put it together. It's solid colored cardstock, printed, a little bit of printed cardstock, and tea dyed paper. So that's what I'm using for this journal. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to build some signatures. What I like to do when I'm working with different papers is set them in piles. So I have my tea dye here. Then I'm going to go through, I'm going to pull all my colored cardstock. We'll do 3 signatures today, I think. Little 3 signature journal. Okay, so this is a printed cardstock. And then these are solid colored. So those are going to go in that pile right there. And I think all of this is printed. Sure is. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to make the solid colored cardstock my cover for each of my signatures. So this is going to be a combination of stitching these together and gluing them together. So I'm going to pick solid colored cardstock for my 3 signatures. I think I'll pick that kind of taupey, just, it doesn't really matter. Because 2 sides of this you won't see, so I don't want to use printed paper for that. Okay, so these 3 will be my covers. All right. Oh, this one's fun. It's 2 different colors. I'm gonna flip it this way. Put the lighter color on the outside because you won't see either side of this. I'm gonna do the same thing with this one. Let the darker colors be on the inside. Okay. So there's my 3 covers, and now we need to fill them up with the signatures. So we'll just alternate the papers. So I'm going to grab printed cardstock, and then a piece of tea dye. This blue. It's kind of a dark blue, but it'll be fine. And now I'm probably going to need to grab more tea dye paper. Hey, Marvelous Beauty. 23rd birthday party today. And a high tea at noon. Oh, how wonderful. High tea at a tea room. Yeah, me and my mom were supposed to do that for our birthdays. So my birthday and my mom's birthday are a day apart. I'm on the 14th and she's on the 15th. And we were going to do that last year, and we ended up just chilling. We were like, we had these big plans, but also school started. For whatever reason, the school system doesn't understand. It's not cool. Last year, they started school on my birthday. It's like, what? You guys didn't check with me first? No, I don't want my kids going back on their first day of school on my birthday. So then we were going to do the tea on her birthday, which is the next day, but we were both tired and we just relaxed as far as I can remember. That's as far as I can remember. Okay, I'm going to take this and I'm going to put this with this cover, and for now I'm going to put it off to the side. Before I do, I'll go ahead and clip it together. I may add more pages, I may not. If you're looking for these jumbo clips, they are indeed at Hobby Lobby for like $2 a pack. Good deal. Okay, let's do another one. This one, I'm gonna fold this page in like this. So pretty. She'll love this paper. Hi, Gloria. How's it going? Party 50 miles away. Well, that's all right. You know you want to party if you're going to drive 50 miles each way, right? Okay. Another piece of tea dye. Oh no. Oh, I will pray for him. Gloria. Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't even imagine how stressful that is on your heart. I am so sorry. I hope and I will pray that he finds a donor. Oh, so hard. Nothing's worse than when our children aren't well. I know that firsthand. That is the worst stress. That's what I was saying at the beginning of this live. Happy Mother's Day to everyone, regardless of anything. It is the hardest job on this planet, and mainly because of our hearts. Because of how much we love them. And it's just hard. I mean, rewarding, but hard. Okay. That one. Oh, wait, we need a cover. And as you can tell, there's only one sheet left of this, so I'm going to have to get more. Let's put this one here. I'm going to get more tea dye paper real quick, just a couple more sheets. This is going to come together really quickly, you guys, and it'll be good for y'all to see this journal. Because I've only made one other one like this on my channel. So it's not one you've seen me do 100 times. Hi, Carmina. How you doing? Hey, Ave. Hi, Miss Linda Gorman. I know I said hi to Linda Veal earlier, but I don't think I saw you in here. Hi, Linda. My Lindas. This sheet matches my shirt pretty closely today. My brand new shirt. God bless my husband. I know he's just trying to help, but he did my laundry yesterday and dried a shirt that should not have been dried. This new one that I'm wearing, and it fits me a lot more snugly than it did at the store when I was trying it on, and I thought, oh my gosh, this is so cute, I can't wait to wear it. And now I'm like, I really need to lose weight so I can wear my new shirt because it got shrunk in the dryer. It should not have gone in the dryer. Bless his heart. I can't say anything either because he was excited to have our laundry like washed, dried, and folded yesterday while I was working, and I was happy too. And then dun dun dun. So now I need to shrink. So I'm not gonna say a word. Just gonna keep on trucking. It's not his fault. Women's clothing is made out of all kinds of crazy material, and it's just, you just can't, you know, wash it like you can wash men's clothing. And typically I do the washing and drying, but I've been too busy working to do that, and so he was trying to help out. But typically I do the washing and drying so that I can separate things and do things a certain way, and then he folds and hangs things up. My dog's snoring. I don't know if y'all can hear that or not. Well, this signature is pretty thick. There we go. Put that one together. Let's put them in the journal and see if I need to just like incorporate these last few pages. I think there's only 3. Oh, there's 2 of that one. Okay, so there's 4. We may incorporate those into the other signatures. It's going to go something like this. Oh my gosh, this is definitely all that this little journal can hold. But it's perfect. Perfect. Yay. Okay. Let's go ahead and incorporate these. So this one can use more. Why not? We'll put a sheet in here. We'll put it right there, like it was meant to be or something. My mom definitely writes in her journals. She keeps a junk journal in her purse. Actually, one that my friend Crystal Wyckoff made for me, and my mom stole it, but that's just the way we are. It's just the way we've always been like that. She'll be like, that's cute. I'm taking it. Okay. And then I do the same thing to her. My husband was very new to that kind of thing when we were married, and when he saw the way we were, he was just like, I have never experienced anything like this before, because he just has a brother. And so I don't know if that's what it is, but like he just never experienced that before. And it may just be me and my mom that do that. And then we give things back and forth. So like if I'm like, I don't think I really want it anymore, she'll be like, I'll take it. And I'm like, okay. And then she'll be like, I don't know if I really want it anymore. And I'll take it back. So we also pass things back and forth. Okay, these two pieces, I just don't think this little journal can take anymore. She's going to be bursting at the seams, and she's already got some issues. So let's take it easy on her and just put in that much paper. So here's how we're going to do this. Y'all see me do this one other time. We're going to stitch these 3 signatures to each other, which is really easy to do. And then we're going to glue these together and glue them to the cover. And that's how we're going to construct this little journal. So I'm going to get my awl and my needle, and then, hi Jessica S. How's it going? Getting some thread out. We're about to already have our first journal made, you guys. Okay. It was a rough week at work, you guys. One of the roughest in a long time. Like years. Which is good. Like, it's good if you only have a really rough week like this once every couple of years. I guess that's why I really like my, one reason. There's a lot of reasons I like my job, but that's definitely one. Okay, I went ahead and, what you saw me do was I measured how long of a string I need, and then I took that string once it was cut and measured my other 3, since all the signatures are the same size. That's the way I do it. And then I am not going to measure these to get them like exact. You're not even going to see them. If I was putting 3 signatures and I was sewing it into the spine, I would measure. I would make myself a template and get everything even. But these aren't being sewn into the spine, so no one's going to know if these are like exactly spaced apart or not. There will be no way to tell. It doesn't matter, which is really cool for me because that's nice. I like that very much. Now, where I poke my holes, and this part, I don't need to know the top and the bottom, but the next stage here that I'm about to do right now, after I get this last hole done, is I need to flip through these and find the top of the journal. Okay, so that's the next thing. You guys, I have got to remember to put more pencils in my craft room. I'm operating with 1 pencil, which is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I need more than 1. Just going to use this wax pencil for now. Okay, so I'm going to look through here and make sure just that the orientation is correct. I don't have that many directional papers, but still checking. So this can be my top. And I can mark on this. This is that cover where, like right here, I'm going to mark too. This is my no glue line. Okay, so this is how I'm marking up my cover. I'm going to do that to all 3 covers. So I'm going to flip through, make sure I'm not going to glue any of my signatures in upside down because that would give me a sad face. That's my top. I'm going to put my no glue line right here. And last one, this must be the one with the cakes. And see, I would have glued that upside down if I hadn't checked. It goes like this. And so this is my top. And you can write front, right? An F for front. This is the front, but I don't mark the back, so I kind of know that this is my front. But hey, as many notes as you need to give yourself, you can do that on these. Since they will not be seen. Put my no glue line there. All right. Everybody good? One more check. Yeah, my cakes are upright. All right, we're good. Let's stitch these together. Yeah, we do. At least we think we do. I mean, a pencil for sure. Because what if your lead breaks? Gotta have more than one. Or if you're a crafter like me and you've had it in your hands in the last 30 minutes, but you still can't find it. Ay, ay, ay. It's somewhere. You know it is. It's within arm's reach, but I can't, for the sake of me, find it. Where do we want our signature to end, our string to end? I'm going to end it on the outside of these. So what I'm going to do is start on the outside, and that is where it'll end up being tied. I'm going to pop that in there for now. So wherever you start sewing is where you end with the stitch. If you do the stitch like me, I think there's different ways to do the stitch, so there's also that. But where you start is where you end with the 3-hole pamphlet stitch. Okay. Now I'm going to move this out of my way so I don't separate the threads. There we go. Okay, turn this on the outside here. I'm going to put one on the other side of the center thread. None of this is going to be seen, so it really doesn't matter, but I'm just going to tie it 15 times. Not really 15. I tied it 3 times and just trim it off. Okay, and our first signature is done. Can take the clips out. It's done. Let's do the next one. You broke your pokey tool the other day. Tragic. Oh, bummer. Miss Gloria Wolf sells pokey tools. Yeah, whoops. I want to start on the outside. I typically start on the inside, so that was just autopilot. And what I like to do is just put my string under my paper clips so I don't pull it all the way through. And I don't have to hold it. It's just a nice little hack for myself. And my string always ends up being longer than I really need, but that's what I like because I like to tie bows. So now this one's going to go over here. So I have one on each side. I'm going to pull it tightly and make sure that it's nice and secure and tight on all sides. If you're not familiar with a 3-hole pamphlet stitch, you can look at it and think, oh yeah, it's tight. And then you look at the other side and it's loose. So you do have to check both sides to make sure. Trim that off. Another one done. Nice, nice, nice. I think my mom will like it. It's kind of nice working with the scrapbook paper. One, because I didn't have to print anything, and two, it's already decorated. Where's my needles? Do y'all see how bad this is? And I cleaned my desk off yesterday when nobody was watching. Found it. Whew. Like, it wouldn't be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack at the bottom of a barrel of sand. And yeah, like it would just be impossible to find a needle in this craft room. In a pit of snakes. Desiree's always like, I'm not coming to your house. You got scorpions and snakes and all kinds of stuff. She's wise. She's a very wise woman. Okay, I'm just wanting to I'm just trying to get this other string a little longer. I'm just making adjustments here. I feel like I'm not really making any progress, but there we go. That should be long enough to tie a knot. Okay. And look, you guys, this is our last signature to sew in for this little journal. Now, I really wanted to print up some summer printables. Just checking both sides, nice and tight. Good, good, good. For my sister-in-law's journal, but I didn't do that. So we'll just have to see where we go from here. No, I don't, but my son keeps leaving the door open and my husband's just sure that's going to happen. Angie, he's like, what is it? What is it that he just doesn't want to close the door? I'm like, I don't know. Used to, he wouldn't leave it open. So, I don't know. And then we were watching Cobra Kai last night. And a teenager like walked out and left the door open. He's like, I guess it's a teenager thing. Granted, that's just a TV show, but still. Made sense to us at the time. All right. So, she's gonna be chunky. I like it though. Now, here's what I'm gonna do. You're not gonna really see this part per se, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna put a little fabric right here at this point of the journal and at the top and the bottom here. By the way, thanks for bearing with me through my rolling pages. I don't know why I had the camera zoomed in so much. I was really annoyed by that when I went to edit, but it was too late. So I tried to zoom it out a little today. I don't have any more of that, so I might have to use this. And it's a junk journal, so it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't have to match. Anyways, I know it can be annoying. I'm one of those people too. I like to see everything. So I get it. And I found it annoying too when I was editing. Ooh, I like that really bright side. Let's put that really bright side on there. Okay, so I'm just going to add a little of my PVA glue here. I'm just going to glue this on. It's just a little something to kind of cover up that white paper that I had put down to reinforce. And honestly, now that I do this, I might put a whole piece of fabric to reinforce this spine. That might be what's best. Now that I've done all of that, hold on, sorry. So you could do that because that's all you'll see, but remember that this is torn, and that's legitimately like torn, and I haven't reinforced this part. So I think I will by I just gluing a whole piece of fabric down here and really gluing it into that inner part. Let's do that. I think that's better. This journal needs the reinforcement. And like I said before, my mom's brutal. So like it needs to be made for her. I mean that in the most loving way possible, but yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my Fabri-Tac and I'm going to put it in the seam right here. So there's a gap between the paper that I used to enforce the spine. Oh boy, this silly glue bottle is busted and it's making a mess. That's okay. So I'm going to put it right here in the seam between the cover and my spine reinforcement. Oh my gosh. I'm going to keep using it though until it's all gone because this glue is not cheap. So we just have to work with a busted bottle. That's all there is to it. All right, let me clean up my mess. There we go. Wait, what's Linda talking about? I know someone with a great 4-season paper pad. Oh, yeah. I can't wait. Desiree is making on her channel, you guys, a 4-seasons journal right now. And it's so spectacular. And I love that she's combining her stamps and my paper. And she's using both the physical, because I have a 4-seasons physical paper pad, and I also have a 4-seasons digital paper pad, which is, we can all thank Desiree for that. Because she saw sneak peeks and she's like, I'm going to need to make a journal out of this. So go ahead and make me a digital for that, please. Yes, ma'am. Okay, that's fine. That's good. And what that's going to do is help this situation. We can do other things to help this too, but now we know that that's good. Okay. Well, guys, it's been an hour and we will have had this journal. We will have made this journal, at least. At least we will have made a journal. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm not going to glue right here. I don't think. Let me think about it for a second. Actually, that won't matter. I am going to glue this whole piece down. That's right. This part won't matter because it's fine. Because it's the cover. So this piece of paper right here is going to be what binds the whole journal to the cover. So we'll be generous with our glue because this is literally what's going to hold it all together. This piece and the front cover piece. And so I'm going to take this and glue it over those end pages. I measured it. So when I was measuring with my ruler at the very beginning, I was measuring the end pages and not the cover. So if we look at this closely, you can see the cover of the book here, here, and here. When I measured how to cut my paper, I measured the end pages that I just covered. So I could still see a little bit of the book cover on the edges. All right. And I know the top of, so thank goodness for those notes. Now here's the next part. I am going, and my signature order does not matter, but if your signature order matters, then you could label yours, and you have, like, for instance, the 3 signatures we have, you can also put like a 1, 2, 3, so you know what order to put your signatures in. Mine don't matter, so I didn't have to worry about that, but you could put a 1, 2, 3 on it. Okay, so now I'm gonna glue right here, and I'm not gonna go past that line I drew myself. If you go past the line, you're going to have a sad face because your journal will not open and close properly. That line is critical. Mind the gap. If Susan was here, and maybe she is, she would maybe get a giggle out of that. So now what's important is that we line these up carefully, precisely, accurately, which is not how I normally operate, but it's how we have to operate for these journals. Okay, so now this signature and this signature have become companions. They're glued together. And now we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to mind the gap, but we're going to go all the way to the edges everywhere else and fill in the center. Okay. This construction is not my own making or my brainchild. This is the brainchild of Natasha at Treasure Books. Now, the one that I came up with was combining Natasha and Kelly from Book and Paper Arts. I basically took their 2 journals and made a journal child out of it. When I came up with these journals, they were a combination of the 2 types of journals those 2 ladies, I had seen those 2 ladies make. Okay, let me look, see how well I did lining up these 2 signatures. Oh, they're fine, they're good. You also want to make sure you haven't glued your signature shut or anything. Okay, last bit. This signature now gets glued to here, to the cover. And that is it. And we will have made our little journal. So let's glue that down. And here I think I can glue all the way to the edge. Pretty sure that's how we did it last time. Okay. And now I'm going to take this and glue it right on to those end pages right there. It's sticking out a little bit more than I anticipated, but that's okay. I really don't mind it. Oh, I forgot that this Ooh, I hope that stays together, y'all. Makes me a little nervous, to be honest. I might have to, oh, I hate to cover those up. I really love that writing, and I love that that's there. Yeah, but I don't think I think we have to glue these shut. Oh, say goodbye to the adorable. They didn't even have a library card, so they just drew one in. And this person's lovely little notes about her flower garden with tulips. But I think we have to say goodbye to that for the sake of security. No turning back now. Now this journal, you guys, I'm going to make a couple of things for it, but I'm not going to go crazy decorating this journal. It's not for a junk journaler. I'm going to put a couple of pockets in it. I'm going to make a cute little bookmark for it, and I'm going to call it a day when it comes to kind of how I'm going to embellish this journal. Okay, that's definitely more secure and better. And we have a journal. And what's really cool about these is they lay pretty flat. I don't know why that's separating so much. That didn't happen before in my first journals. Maybe because it's so wide, maybe it needed more pages between. That didn't happen before. Or, oh, I think it's because I glued it all the way flat over here. Let me try to lift this and see if that releases that. All right, hold on. We've got a bit of a... It's not a total calamity, but I don't like this situation. This situation is not making me very happy. Here's what happens though. If I glue this together, then your journal gets stuck on its edge like this, and that's not ideal either. But neither is this. Neither one is ideal. So, well, good thing this is for my mom. I'm not sure where I messed up. I know, I don't like the smell of it either. It is an acetone-based glue. You're right about that. I don't like it on my skin either, but man, nothing, I have actually tried to find replacements for it and nothing replaces it. I think it is a problem of either how I glued it here. I shouldn't have glued it at this section, like I didn't glue it here. Or somehow, now the signatures are pretty lined up. I mean, they're lined up evenly. So honestly, I don't know what's causing this. I have to go back and troubleshoot that. And now I'm stuck trying to decide how I want to fix it. Because I don't like that. I think what I'm going to have to do is glue them together. And I know that'll make it a little awkward. But it's not like you can't still journal in it. So if this gets glued together, all the way flat. Troubleshooting here, and this gets, no, it won't open right. Well, geez, you guys, now I wish I would have just sewn it in to the spine. Y'all help me. Yes, exactly, Flo. So if you polish your nails and you work with Fabri-Tac, it will remove your nail polish. It sure will. That's why I don't polish my nails. No. Well, well, well. What do I do? I think what I do is I decorate this some and reinforce this in some way that it doesn't bother me. I don't know if y'all can see what's bothering me even, but it's the separation here of the single signature. I do not like this. So let's see. When we did this over here, let's look at my other journal. Otherwise, I love the little journal. But when we did this journal, I glued it. I certainly glued it all the way. Now this journal was a little different because this is that like 3-minute journal. But I constructed it the way I just constructed the other one. You know what I think the difference is? The spine. I think you have to have a soft spine. That's what it is. I don't think you can make this kind of journal with a hard spine. You know what's, I know how to fix this now. I have to cut out the spine, which is fine. Let's do it. Not even deliberate about it or be sad about it or be scared. We're just going to cut out the spine because that's what I have to do to make this work. Okay, no problem. Now, what I do have to do is be careful not to cut my pages. Turns out, this is a great learning lesson. You can't have a hard spine with this kind of construction. Good to know. Good to know. And if I make you nervous with my razor blade, don't worry, I make everybody nervous, I think. Okay, we just fixed it, by the way. I can already tell it's problem solved. I'm going to protect the rest of my journal with this cutting mat. It's hilarious that we went through all that reinforcing. But hey, if you're working with a book cover, that's still helpful information about reinforcing the spine. But we can't use that spine today. All right. Problem solved. There's that page that was driving me bananas. And where's the other one? Right here. Problem solved, you guys. We figured it out. You can't have a hard spine. So now we just need to put a piece of fabric on here. And we're good. Hey, Bethany. How's it going? Saying it for 3 minutes. Oh, that I couldn't have a hard spine? Heat the pages to unglue. Oh, cut out the spine part and add fabric. Yep. Yep. We got there. I didn't see your comments, but you were feeding it to me. I was picking up on what you were laying down. We'll just say that. Okay, I just so happen to have this really pretty fabric right here because my daughter and I were working with it this week for a theater project. So let's use this really pretty fabric. I'm not gonna lie, it makes me a little nervous because I'm sure she'll like pick this up with chocolate hands. And look, my mom is not a delicate flower. I love her to pieces, but like this journal's got a journey ahead of it. So it does make me a little nervous to put such a light colored fabric on here. But it's so pretty. Well, thanks for helping me out, y'all. Heat the pages. Okay. We figured it out. I learned something new today too, Linda. Biddy, make the spine the bookmark. Yeah. I actually do always save any spine that I cut. I save them. But yeah, we can totally make this the bookmark. And I kind of like that it's all ratty-tatty and rough looking. It's pretty on that side too. Yeah, we'll make that. We'll put it in there. I do save them. I like to use the book spines. Let's see what other fabric I have over here. I have this. For some reason, I have a whole pile of fabric over here. But I also have this one. All of these are a little thin. I also have this ruffle, this blue ruffle. Which I really like. Which could go on the spine. So it's easily as tall as my journal. Just snip a little off. I don't know if I want to snip off the wide part or the narrow. I think I'll snip off the narrow part. Okay, so we have this ruffle that I'm thinking would be really pretty right here on the spine, like this. So I think what I'm going to do is stitch this to the fabric and then glue it on and make the spine that way. That'll be really pretty. Let's do that. Back to lurking. You are here, Susan. Hi. I hope you're having a good day. Something smells so good. I'm trying to, you know how smells give you, like, link you to a memory? Well, I'm just smelling that smell and going, that links me to the memory, but I can't think of what it is. But man, it smells really good. Okay, trim off a little in the back. Now, if I had it to do all over again, what I probably would have done is put the fabric inside the book before I glued my end pages on. Like my fabric would have gone between these pieces if I had it to do all over again, but I don't. So we're going to do it like, you know, we're going to have to glue it to the actual cover. First, I need to go to my sewing machine real quick and I'm going to stitch this ruffle right down the center. Can y'all believe I still have 2 more journals to make? Oh my goodness. Why do I wait to the day before? To be honest, if I don't craft with y'all in the morning here lately, then I haven't been crafting. That's part of the problem. And also because it was just a busy, hectic, crazy week. Okay. I'm glad my sewing machine's not too mad at me. I sewed plastic in it yesterday. My daughter's like lanyard and student ID were falling apart and I didn't know what else to do, so I sewed it together. And so I sewed through her plastic, the sleeve that her ID goes into. Totally worked. Fixed it. But I was like, oh, my sewing machine might hate me after that. Okay. There we are. This is what this is going to look like when it's all set. Oh, I like it. I like it. Let's do it. Hey, dragon and dragonflies. How's it going? Hello, hello. All right. So let's glue this down. I'm going to use a healthy amount of Fabri-Tac here for the situation. I like that this ruffle's kind of popping off. We could also kind of glue it down, but I like how funky it is and it's like popping off of there. I think I will move this back just a little bit. I want her to easily see our Oklahoma. Okay, let's do the back. And glue that down. And this is a fabric cover, so I'm going fabric to fabric here with this glue. And so I'm really not worried about, like, first of all, Fabri-Tac just really works, but also I'm not worried about like if it'll hold and stay or if it'll come off. It's not coming off. I'm going fabric to fabric. It won't. It'll hold just fine once it's dried. Now, problem solved. And look, that's so fun. I've never put a whole ruffle or pleat, whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's a pleat, but I've never put a whole one on a spine before. That's really fun. So we did it. We made a journal successfully. And what is cool about it is it will lay flat. And we no longer have the awkwardness going on. So it's just decorative paper, solid colored cardstock, and tea-dyed paper. There's really not any imagery or anything to it, but I can always add that. I'm just going to add a couple of pockets to it. I'll do all that later. I'm going to really simply decorate it. Add some pockets. We'll use the spine as the bookmark. Yeah, I like the vintage style of it too. And I think it'll be good. I think she'll really, really like it. Also, I'm printing up pictures of me and my brother. And then I have this really sweet picture of my grandmother, my maternal grandmother, my mom, me, and my firstborn, my son. I have this really sweet picture of all of us in my grandmother's yard. You know, that was 14 years ago. And I'm going to put that in here too. So we'll put that bookmark in there. That'll go in there somewhere. Let's move on to our next one. that was a really good learning lesson. It may, I don't know. I guess that's the beauty of Alive is we get to figure it out together. Um, and you get to learn as I learn. This is still a new way to construct journals for me, the whole gluing the signatures in thing. So that was a good one. That was a good lesson. Has to be a soft spine. Note to self. Okay, that one is done. I'm going to grab, and we're going to start another one. Let me clean off my desk. I am going to keep petting that spine. You're so right, Flo. I love it. I've been experimenting with migraine cures. A handful of walnuts seems to be the most immediate results, but nothing completely takes it away. Wow. You know I have migraines, right? I'm a migraine sufferer. What I've been doing, Bethany, is, and I've been trying to decrease the inflammation in my body. I have all kinds of fabric over here, you guys. Y'all probably remember better than I do. I don't even remember why I have all this fabric out, but it was for a journal. We at least know that. And then a ton of scraps. Maybe I'll find my bone folder. Okay, let's move on to the next. Yes, there it is. I've been looking for that thing for like days. Days and days and days. All right. Scraps off to the side. Fabric into my scrap fabric bin is where all of this will go. What were we doing? We were ironing fabric and using fabric. I don't even remember. Hey, Carmina. Ginger. Oh, ginger's really good for inflammation. Yes, yes, yes. When you said ginger, Carmina, I thought cat. Right away, my brain went to like, a ginger cat? Is she talking about a cat? It took me a minute. Found my pencil, my one and only special little pencil right there. Okay, I just needed to clear the way so we can start with another. Now, let's do that. Let's make an accordion journal next. I kind of wanted to make 3 different journals with you guys today because I thought that would be a really fun video to watch, is someone make 3 different kinds of journals. Look, here is, I wanted to save and peel this off with you guys. This was our foiling from the other day when I used the wet glue. I just used Craft Bond. You could use Eileen's is really inexpensive, and what Hillary, is it Hillary or Elizabeth St. Hilaire? I can't remember. What she used was Eileen's, but yeah, basically you can use your glue, draw some shapes on. I think it'd be cool to put them through a stencil and then let it dry like overnight. And it's just like another way to foil, to get like really interesting like foiled pieces. And there's the flower. Isn't that cool? So we were kind of experimenting the other day with all the different ways you can foil. And that was sitting off to the side. So we're going to make an accordion journal next. I need to grab some paper. We may end up using this. I don't know. I don't know what paper. I didn't grab. I grabbed paper to make one journal. I didn't grab paper to make 3. Even though I knew I was making 3. All right. So let me grab some paper. Don't mind me. I'm just over here shopping my stash. Thinking about my mother-in-law next. Oh, this is really pretty. She likes purple and green. Look at this. This is Mente. I don't know how much I have. Again, what I'm trying to do right now in my stash is I have a cubby that's a 12 by 12 cubby. Oh boy, things are falling out. And it just has little paper packs or just a few pieces of paper from different collections. Oh, this is so pretty, you guys. This is 2019. It's called Dreamer from Mente. That is so pretty. I love the clouds and I love the birds, and I think she will too. She loves birds. So I think we're going to have to do this paper pack. And that's so pretty. I think she'll like that. We're going to make an accordion journal with this. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. So pretty. It's hard to use. Not gonna lie. I think I have that one in there already. And then I've got some scraps. So yeah, this was called Dreamer by Mente. You might still be able to find it. I don't know. And then these beautiful cut aparts. Okay, so here we go. I will, Carmina. I have a bunch of ginger. Organic ginger was on sale the other day, and I bought some. I've also been drinking green tea, trying to help, and then I'm trying to not do a lot of oil. Definitely like only olive oil or coconut oil or avocado oil. I'm trying to only have those 3 oils at all. But that's a really big challenge because they put oil and all kinds of oil and all kinds of things. So I'm just trying to really do like whole foods. Should we put some white paper in there? I have this 12 by 12 white paper. Ooh, guess what? Dun, 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 dun. It matches. Cool. We'll use more of this paper pack to go with it as well. All right. Accordion journals. So fast, so easy, so fun. All right, let's do it. I am shopping my covers right now. I don't think I'll use a book cover for her. I think we'll build our own covers out of cardboard. Out of chipboard. We'll build our own covers. grabbing some chipboard real quick. Okay, so there's some chipboard. You get chipboard from all kinds of places when you order paper, or you can use cereal board, whatever, anywhere you can find some board to work with, but we'll build our own covers with that. So let's go ahead, and we've got our paper picked out. Yippee. Let's start with our cover. So this is 11, almost 11 and a half, but not quite, by 9. Okay. Let's make it 8 by 6. Let's do 8 by 6. So I will end up needing both of these pieces, right? Yeah, because it's not 12 long. Yep, no problem. What I'm going to do is kind of score it, I think, on this board. So I'm doing 8 high, 6 wide. It might cut through there. Oh, good. Yeah, it'll cut through there. Okay. 8 by 6. It's just a lovely size of a journal, in my opinion. Okay. Put this off to the side. This can be for another journal another time, or another project. So we're going to go 8. Hi, Karen. Good morning. How are you? We just finished making a journal. I'm going to try, I need to hustle, but I'm going to try to make 3 different kinds of journals with y'all today, and maybe some cards, hopefully. At least 1 card for my mom. 8 by 6. Front and back cover. Now, what you can also do, you guys, is if you don't feel like this is sturdy, you want a thicker cover, you can, you know, cut a few pieces, glue them together because no one will know, and then you can make a real sturdy, like a book cover. But I'm okay with this. So where my mom is rough and rugged, my mother-in-law is a gentle, much more gentle spirit. So she won't abuse her journal in the same way. Let's put purple covers because that's her favorite color. And now I'm going to go ahead and cover my cover with paper. And this is a real easy process. You don't necessarily have to measure. You just have to make sure you have enough paper to go over the edges. And there's a few ways to do this, but I think that's a pretty good area. And I'm just going to take and fold it over. And I promise it'll all come out fine in the end. So I'm just going to take and fold it and train my paper over. You can use a scoreboard, you can measure, you can be as precise or not as you want. Okay, so once I have all 4 sides folded over like that, I'll easily be able to see which part to miter. And so you want to come a little bit on this side of it, a little bit on that side of it. And you want to cut out or miter the corners. Okay. And then we'll just end up gluing this down just like this, and we'll be making our front and back covers. Ginger is delicious. I like ginger candies where it's just like just pure ginger. Even like if I just needed to eat a piece of ginger candy a day to get my fill, that would be fine. Oh boy, I made hot honey chicken last night for the family because it's all the rage these days. Hot honey chicken everywhere you go. And my son has been loving the Chipotle hot honey chicken. So I was like, I can make that. He loved it, which made me happy. All right, I'm putting glue, or not glue, I'm putting double-sided tape at my edges because it'll help hold the edges down. And I'm just going to put glue on the back. So this part is just going flat down right here. Okay. And I'll smooth that out in a minute. And then you can go ahead and use glue as well. Now, another thing that I like to do when I'm making my covers like this is I pick a side. So for instance, and if I want to glue my tops down first, then I do my top. Oh, my stomach's going to be growling, y'all. And my bottom first, and then I do my sides. I don't like to go like bottom, side, top, side, because it doesn't look as clean. It doesn't matter which one you pick first, just I would make that point that you want to either do both sides first and then your top and your bottom, or do your top and your bottom first and then sides when you're doing this part. It's funny the things that I choose to be particular about, but that is something I'm particular about. And then I'm just going to kind of bend my corners a little bit. But now we have a cover for our accordion journal. And recently when I was placing an order at Ranger, these are 50 cents, I think, on there. I think that's what I paid for it. And I like that, you know, I know this is made for paper or, you know, paper crafting in general. So plus it's got a Ranger and I like Ranger. Okay. Next. Do it again. That last piece that I used, you guys, I think was our scrap that we didn't put in the journal, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe not. Yes, sugar ginger is wonderful. My boss always keeps ginger chews in her office. It was so funny last year. No, it was in December when I went. One of my coworkers went with me. We carpooled and we sat down. And as soon as I get to my boss's office, I always grab one of her ginger chews because I'm like a child. And my coworker was like, you know, I was like, do you want one? She's like, yeah. She popped it in her mouth. And I don't think she has the same kind of tolerance for heat. Oh my God. She was like, can I spit it out? That is so hot. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. She's like, I thought you were handing me a piece of candy. It's like, it is candy. Oh my gosh. It was hilarious. We both laughed. It wasn't just me laughing at her. She laughed too. Note to self. She doesn't like spice. So the honey chicken was good, speaking of spice, and finishing my conversation that I started. Yeah, it was really good. It worked out. Well, Sparkle Heart wasn't a fan. but the rest of us liked it. That's not bad. 3 out of 4. And as far as I'm concerned, that's called a success. Can't please everybody. I don't even try. I gave up that a long time ago. I'm even okay with 50%. Mother of the year. But last week I've been working on making my own Asian sauces for things because my son has an anaphylactic peanut allergy. So he can't eat at most, like, I love Thai food. He could never eat at a Thai restaurant or, very many Asian restaurants. It's not exactly safe for him. And I love that type of food. So I've been trying to work on my own sauces. And last week I made one and it was a hit with everyone. Everyone wanted more. It was a winner. Oh, that's a good idea, Bethany. Yeah. Curves cravings. Good to know. Okay, so the glue is just because I like a little cement on everything that I make because I live in Texas and the humidity is so brutal where I am that double-sided tape just can't handle it. So I like to put the double-sided tape here because I get an instant grab. If you just use wet glue, then you're stuck here holding it like, okay, I need you to dry now. So I use the double-sided tape for the immediate grab and hold situation, and I use the wet glue for the cement, like it'll be holding in 3 years kind of situation. So if you're wondering why I do both, that is why. On a no buy, yeah, it's totally just, it was just an extra. You don't really need it. You could use, Maddie, you could just use a gift card, or it's just a piece of plastic with an edge. You know what I mean? But like, I was like, yeah, add to cart. That's the problem with me. I'm an add to cart kind of gal. All right. Just kind of do that. That. All right. We made a front and back cover. That's probably the longest, hardest part of the whole process, you guys. From here on out, we've got this. We're making an accordion style, so it's real easy. We actually only have to make one measurement, not two. So for the last journal, we needed 2 measurements. This one, we only need 1. So we're going to cut everything down so that it's 8 inches high, but we're not going to cut anything off the width. We're just going to cut height here. So that's the next step. My journal is an 8x6, so I'm going to cut it a little shy of 8 inches high. I think I will cut it at 7.5. So let's do that. Yeah, or a bone folder. Anything can do what that little thing can do for the most part. Any piece of plastic with a straight edge, you're fine. Okay, I'm going to do 7.5. So that's it. I'm just going to cut my paper to 7.5. What do you use it for? Foiling. I don't foil enough to know what you're even talking about, Bethany. Okay, 7.5. Got to keep my measurements in my head. The ginger also, when we were at Disney, I'm going to cut off. Okay, I'm going to show y'all what I'm thinking here with this piece of paper. Besides, oh my gosh, this is gorgeous. The other thought that I had was on this side, we've got these birds with the bird houses, this really beautiful motif right here. And on this side, we have like fans and tags and stuff. I think I'd rather have the birds with the birdhouse. So I'm going to trim it so that I'm picking a side here, and I'm going to take 7.5. So that's cool. I'll have this for scraps, pockets, belly bands, those kinds of things. I'm going to look at this paper, and also, you know, this is obviously really directional, so I need to be mindful of that as well. I think she's going to love this journal. I don't think I've ever made her a journal. She's not the shabby chic type. She's not thrifty. That's just not her thing. So I don't think I've ever made her a journal before, but I think she'll really love this one. Oh, I know, Maddie, isn't it gorgeous? Absolutely gorgeous paper. Oh, so pretty. When Mente first came out, I was like, where have you been all my life? And I went crazy. I haven't bought any in years. This was probably the last collection I bought, 2019. But I do love it. So I am being mindful of the direction of things, the composition, you know, the pattern on my paper. Seven and a half. Okay. And then we are going to put some like just plain paper in there too, I think. Because I think she'll appreciate it. I think, first of all, I'm married to her son who thinks junk journals feel like a torturing device. So I think she'll appreciate white pages. My husband thinks that junk journals, if he ever had to use one, would feel like a torturing device. It's too chaotic for him. I know. Bless his heart, he's married to me. Of all the people, I keep him on his toes, and he appreciates that. I push him outside of his comfort zone, and thank goodness he appreciates that. Okay. I'm going to throw away my trash. Okay, like seriously, that's pretty much it. Now we get to build our journal. So we have our covers, our front and back cover, and it really is this easy. Let's figure out who we want where. I think we'll put let's put the flowers on the back cover. And we'll just start building. So here we go. We're going to kind of line this up. Now, we've been experimental here before with accordion journals, and it didn't work out. And what didn't work out is when you are working on an accordion journal, you cannot play with the width of your paper. You can play with the height. You can have different heights of paper connected in your accordion journal, but it's a no-no to play with the width. You have to just do the width the right way. It's just the way it is. So right here, this piece is like really for me, too narrow to like kind of try to fold and use. So what I'm going to do is trim this off so that it's even. Okay. All right. So my next piece of paper now needs to join on here. So with this piece, I'm going to fold it. Over and have it connect. And I may end up wishing that I had made my journal like not this wide, but it'll be okay. So this piece now needs to connect to this piece so that we can, you know, have a journal. So that's going to go on there like that. Okay. And now this piece and all of my pieces have to be the same width. So like accordion journals are easy. They come together quickly, but there is some precision required. And this is a little bit off. I think it'll be fine, but it is a little bit off. Okay, next piece. Let's bring in a decorative piece. Let's bring in this piece right here. And I can connect it anywhere I want. Like we could connect it right here if we want to. I could connect it right here. And depending on how I connect it, this could be then a pocket on the back. I don't want to cut my bird off. So I think what I'll do is fold it this way. And when I talk about precision, not only am I getting my edges even, but I am trying to keep my top and bottom line even as well. So since I made my journal 6 inches wide and my pages are ended up being about that wide, just a little more narrow, it's important to have some that I can connect pieces with. So right now, this piece connects here, right? And then this piece connects with this flap right here. So we have a, you know, connecting point here. And then now this one I want to connect on here. So I don't need all of this sheet. I'm going to cut it down a little bit. And it's going to be a pocket. Let's do that much. Okay, so here and here. Then this piece goes right here, and these will be connected by that pocket on the back side right here. So that's how those two will be connected. So let's get our next piece. Let's use this piece. So now I need another connecting point, and I'm just going to fold a little over again. Okay. You can fold more, you can fold less. Thanks, Jenny. I know, isn't it pretty? Okay, and now This piece can connect like this, where you glue it down on top of that last sheet and it will fold. It'll be an accordion, it'll be fine because it's going to be folded in the same place, whether you put the glue here and glue it on top, or it'll be folded in the same place if you decide that you want it on the other side of the page. But the consideration to take into mind there is like, do you like the way it looks on the other page? Or do you like it better if it's just glued right there? And I think I'm gonna like mine better if it's just glued down right here. So I'm gonna assume that that's how I'm gonna glue that down. I'm gonna make sure all my pages are even again, so I know that I'm folding things evenly. And you could even get more precise with a scoreboard. But there are, as you can tell, there's different variables to keep in mind. So I just like to build mine like this. Okay, so now we're gonna find another piece to connect right here. Let's do this pattern right here. And we can start it anywhere. You don't have to start it edge to edge. So the back side is clouds. So I can start it right there if I want. Again, I'm gonna make sure these are all even. Okay. And I'm lining this up at the top and the bottom of the edge of the paper to try to make sure I get it straight. And you know, some pages are easier to crease and fold than others. Like this is a real thick, nice, sturdy cardstock. So it does make it a little more challenging. Just keep your bone folder handy. Okay. And now this piece over here will fold over and we'll have our next like connection point. Okay. More paper. I think this purple would be really pretty. Let's use this purple. And we're almost like, granted, we have to glue all these together, but this is how I like to do it because I just kind of work it all out first before I start gluing. Because you may end up wanting to change something. Let's put another piece of white paper in the mix. So I'm going to connect it right here. So I'm going to connect it right here to that piece. And fold it back. Okay, last piece, this one right here, which is lovely. And I was kind of strategic as I was pulling pieces because I think that would be really pretty to go right here onto our cover. And that'll be how the book opens. So we're going to take it and fold it in half. And this piece will connect kind of like that other one. We'll make it a pocket. So back here, I'll trim this down a little bit, and this will end up being a pocket. Instead of trimming it down, another thing we can do is fold it down and it can be a double pocket. Will she like that? I don't know, but we can do that. And then it's cool because I have all these like scraps off to the side. I can easily decorate, you know, that. Okay, so that goes there like that. That's a double pocket. And when I glue these, I'll show you. I'm just going to glue like right here. And then this will glue here, and we will have made a journal. I messed up a little bit. I don't love the gap in the cover between the pages, but that's okay. I do like the height of my pages to be closer to the height of my cover, but it'll be fine. It will be fine. All right, so here we go. Let's do this. I don't want to lose my place with all of this, so let's get started. This is another place where we can use a little. It was a 4.1, Jenny? Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Heidi, we're so glad you're okay. For the first time. Yes, everyone stay safe. I second that, Maddie. Okay. So let's glue this down. I'm gonna line this up. Yeah, I really wish I had not cut that so much shorter, but hey, whatever. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna go ahead and put more glue on it. I only put 3 pieces of double-sided tape. Okay, that'll be plenty. I'm lining everything up. My first cover is about to go down. So just line it up, get it right where you want it. And now I'm gonna try to line it up with my covers. With my accordion journals, that's what I try to do. I just try to make sure my covers are gonna be lined up. We're just getting our first one glued on, so it's fine. But now I need to come in here. I can't really wiggle it because I put that double-sided tape, but this is the way it's gonna look. So there's that little gap, the top and the bottom. Not how I would normally do things, but it's okay. All right, so for this one right here, we decided this is gonna be a pocket. I just folded this part over, right? I only need to glue it here, and I'll go ahead and glue it here. Okay, so that was the part I folded over. And now, once it stays, looks like we won't be able to get 3 journals done today, you guys. I mean, who's got time for that, right? I know y'all probably want to go. I'll try to record the other one. But keep not pulling out paper clips. Okay, so there's that. I just wanted that to hold for a second. And now I'm going to put glue here, here, and here, and glue it to the actual page of the journal. Like so. Wait a second. Hold the phone. I messed it up. I messed it up, y'all. Okay, hold on, hold on. That's okay. We can fix it. It's fine. Everything's fine. But that was about to, what is up with me today? That was not going to work. Probably taking days off. Can't take days off. All right. Yeah, that's more like it. We need a hinge. There we go. That'll work. Whew. When in doubt, hold them together and fold it out. Okay, everything's fine. We just needed this little sheet of paper to hinge everything together. Which is fine because I had one more sheet cut. So that was perfect. Okay. Alrighty, y'all. Now this page goes right here. I hope that makes sense to you guys what just happened. And how I fixed it. Okay. So now this one's going to go here as a pocket. So only going to glue the top and bottom and one side, this side right here. Y'all are probably like, yeah, it made sense. We were trying to tell you. Hi, Paige. How's it going? Good morning. Okay. There we go. It's kind of fun. You know, it's a double pocket, and that's pretty fun. Okay. Crisis averted. Okay, we've got an accordion. All right. So without getting completely off here, I'm going to go back to everything being lined up. And now this page, I'm going to put it on there, I think like that. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm not going to make this one a pocket either. Just going to glue the whole thing. Whoops, I guess I had that folded as a half page. That's okay. What I need to do now is I've got to cover this because I put glue right here. I'm making so many good mistakes today. So many learning lessons with my mistakes. Just looking for a different color. So what we'll do is we'll take a piece of paper and glue it right there, and it'll be fine. I'll straighten that edge in a minute. Let me keep going. Okay, and I like the little birds folded over this page. So I'm going to let them do that. All right, got to make sure that these go edge to edge, and again that our pages don't get out of alignment. So this could be a pocket, I know, and it would be a great, beautiful, wonderful pocket. However, I'm not making this for a junk journaler. So I'm going to opt to have fewer pockets than I would if I was making this for someone who I thought wanted a junk journal. Okay, and now this page, connect here. I'm going to take it and line it up, so I'm keeping everything the same width and keeping everything nice and lined up. That's how I'm going to know where these two pages connect. So I have a piece of paper here. I'm going to glue along the seam. Okay. You made your first junk journal after at least one failed attempt. Still have to embellish it fully. My mom liked it, so I'm making it her one for Mother's Day. That's what I'm doing, Paige. I know, it's tomorrow. I realized, but it was like such a hectic work week that there just wasn't a lot of options, you know? Okay, so now I'm looking again and I'm getting reacquainted with my paper, and I remember I don't want to cover that one up. So I want that flap glued that way. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to put the glue on here. Like that. Yeah, these are Mother's Day gifts, Paige. I'm making right now. So you're not alone. You're in good company. Okay, and then this one's going to go here. And this will be a pocket. So I'm only going to glue the top, the bottom, and, sorry, move up a little bit. The top, the bottom, and the side. Okay. You know, it's like Christmas. It's like the first day of school and the last day of school. You know it's coming. You know it's coming all year long. But yet, here I am crafting the day before. And this one, I'm going to glue directly down onto that one, and then this will go on our cover, and we will have our second journal made. My husband hired this guy last year, and in August, and you know, he was supposed to show up for his first day of work. He didn't show up. He's like, "Oh, I didn't realize school was starting, and yeah, can I take another week before I come in, because you know, start of school and everything?" And my husband's like, no, I think we're good." Like, I think we all know when school's starting, so no. I think we're good here. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let me, not that my husband's not understanding. It kind of sounds like he's not, but he is. It's just, I think there were some other red flags, and he felt like He probably always wanted that week off, but just wouldn't ask for it during the hiring process. And then he finally gets hired and he's like, oh, yeah, by the way, I want the first week of school off. You know, it felt more like that. And he's like, this seems like this is going to be an ongoing problem. You got to make those tough calls sometimes to save yourself down the line. I get it. All right. Now, this is it. This is the last hurrah, and hopefully our book opens. With the way today's been going for me, there's no guarantee on that. Okay, and I need to really make sure I've got this lined up top to bottom and side to side, and mash it down. So that's the front. Let's check out the back. Lovely, that will work. It might be a little glued together in places. Whoopsies. It'll be fine. That'll all be fine. Oh, it's so pretty. And it opens and everything. Just a little sticky here and there. So that's one side. I kind of made it weird. I'm not going to lie. Like, I made it really edge to edge, but not top to bottom. You would think I was a beginner. And hey, being a beginner is good and fine. And I think the thing to realize is that just keep going, and it doesn't have to be perfect, and it's still going to turn out beautiful. So here's our little accordion journal. And I did want it to be more plain, you guys, so she can actually write in it or put pictures or whatever she wants to do. But it's lovely. I want to go ahead and decorate this double pocket page. Just real quick, like, I've got plenty of scraps. Let's grab this one. Oh, you like this one? Hey, Carrie, how's it going? I like it. It's not what I would normally do. I'm just a little off my game today, but I still like it. Was this 7.5? Oh, no, it's not. Oh, wait, it is. Gosh. Yeah, I'm a little off my game today. I'm just eyeballing here. I could have measured, but that'll work. And what's fun, let's go ahead and do a little bit of decoration on this one. Do y'all want to make a third journal? I promise I'll try to make it quicker and easier. I know we've been here 2 hours, so I understand if the answer is no. But we can make a third journal because I have one more to make. But what I was going to say, if you don't want to, I understand. And what we can do instead is do a little decoration on this one, because this paper pad, I had a little adhesive there, has cut-aparts. But see, this is a pocket here now, and there's a little shallow pocket right here. How cute. Like it? Look, on these plain pages, you could totally put something else there. But yeah, there's these lovely cut-aparts that we could easily decorate. Let's just cut some of these up. Oh, thanks, Paige. I know I always stress now about like how long my videos are, and I know I probably shouldn't. Y'all tell me don't, but for whatever reason, I get in my head about it. Okay, so I'm going to use, because all 12, I know, well, are there 12? Yeah, all 12 of these are different, so I'm going to use them all. And I'm going to find a place to put these in the journal. I think she'll really like this. I hope so anyways. Okay. The cover's not done, obviously. I've got to do something to the covers. We've been gardening this week, you guys. Got all of our seeds planted and our pots refreshed. I've been taking care of the neighbor's chickens every day. I'm taking care of his potted plants. I've already worked over 50 hours this week. This is why I'm a little off my game probably. It's just been full every day, just jam-packed. Flow. I don't know. I just feel like I have to be respectful of your time. I don't know why. Okay, let's do this. So, I'm not going to worry about leaving white pages white because I put them in there on purpose. Why don't we decorate maybe some of the pattern pages, because those might be the ones that she's most like, what am I supposed to do with that? And let's not overthink it either. Let's put this up here. And what I might do is take some of the scraps that we had left over and make little like journaling spots where she can write. Okay, she's not going to be one who wants a bunch of layers and fabric and charm, like none of that. That's all a no. I have to keep this simple. Clean and simple is going to be her style. So I have to keep that in mind as I work on this. See, we can create little journaling spots for her so that when she looks at this, she's not just completely overwhelmed going, what am I supposed to do with that crazy paper? Because I think that's how some people feel with junk journals. I do like it better over here. And I'll explain to her, like, you can put pictures. You can just put it to the side. No, I think she'll put something in it. Let's make her a journaling spot. And this, now if it were like my journal, I'd probably turn that into a pocket, put things in it. I'm just gluing it down. Just glue it down. And now we've made a really pretty page, and she can write a little something there if she wants to. And she could put a picture over here. This page would be great for writing. We don't have to decorate every page. Let's make a little something to go in there. Why don't we use this scrap for the pocket? I hope, yeah, she usually does. Like, she does. She's so sweet. she keeps my cards on display for ages and ages, and finds a place to keep them displayed, and it's so sweet. I just want it to be something that, you know, she likes opening up and actually using. She loves taking photographs, and they travel all over the world. And so I think once I explain to her, like, oh, you can put photos in there, then that will make it even more approachable. So I have this other scrap over here. I'm kind of wanting to just cut it so that it fits in. I'm kind of wanting to just add it as it is. I need to replace my trimmer blade. Yeah, Maddie, I think that's the fun of it, right? Is like thinking about making someone for, you know, a journal, making a specific something for someone, and tailoring it to their personality and their likes and dislikes. I really feel like that's kind of like the fun of it. And for me as a crafter, it's fun thinking about that and giving that kind of consideration to it. So this will be my back pocket. I like that it's the same color as, I think I'm going to make a front pocket with the same color too. It's kind of helping me with this, the choice that I made. Let me show, bring it up closer so you guys can see it better. But it's kind of helping me with the choice that I made to keep a wider distance at the top and bottom. I don't really know why I did that, but having this same color here kind of resolves that for me a little bit. So I like that. I'm going to do that on the front too. When you're gluing your pocket down, if you glue it straight down, just like this, it usually is going to be a pretty tight pocket. If you take a couple of sheets of paper and then use those as a spacer and glue it down, it will hold more. So I'm going to hold those in there as just a spacer for this pocket. And I could come in, I have a stamp set. I don't even know why it's out. I saw it the other day and I was like, why do I have that out? I don't even know. But I think it might actually be perfect for this. And it's a really old Stampin' Up! Called Delicate Details, but it has like, it's a stamp that makes it look like lace. So I don't think she would really like lace in her journal, but I think that stamping lace might be really pretty. This is a really old stamp set. I went through all of my Stampin' Up! Stuff getting ready for another D-stash and got rid of half of it. Well, I haven't gotten rid of it yet, but I pulled out half of it to sell and get rid of. I'm really proud of myself. Letting go, making space. So this is Concord Grape. Just doing a tone on tone. Dang, that did not work out. That's okay. We know how to fix it. but I got too much ghosting, so that's okay. I have these scraps of the same piece over here. I was afraid that was going to happen because my cover wasn't flat. So I'm just going to re-ink. I'll stamp it on here. If I don't like it stamped on here, then I'll stamp it on something else. But either way, we can cover that up and we don't need to fret about it. It can be fixed. That's crooked. Can y'all tell I'm just off today? Oh, I like it. It's slightly darker, actually. And I like it. I just need to stamp a little more over here. And I actually don't mind that it's a little crooked. You love marathons? Awesome, Kim. Yay. I stamped the wrong side of that. You guys. I'm fired. If Bill was here, I'd be fired. And maybe I stamped the right side. I don't even know up from down right now. I need to go like meditate or something. Okay. We're going to call that good. I know there's a gap right there, but we could always fill that in with a flower. The great thing about paper crafting is, you know, you really can fix just about anything. I can't remember her name, but 49 Dragonflies. What is her name? I can't remember it right now. She ripped up a whole cover the other day, and I loved the cover that she ripped up. I liked the new one that she made, but, you know, you got to do what makes you happy. It's her journal. And what that taught me, well, one is that you can pivot even if you think you're done. You can change things. Like she was ripping off lace and everything, taking the whole thing apart. So we can always pivot, and there is no wrong. So the cover that she didn't like, I really liked. And the new cover that she really liked, I was like, yeah, that's good too. Like there's no wrong. There's no wrong way to decorate. There's no wrong way. The only wrong is like if it's a foundational thing, like your journal won't open or doesn't open correctly, like what we had happen in that first part of our day today. What if we put a different piece up here? And then I'm thinking, you know, we're going to have to put, this pocket's going to end up getting a lot of decoration, it seems. But let's reinforce it. Put that piece there. She's in Vienna, Austria. Gosh, I cannot think of her name. I'm trying so hard. She's a sweetie. It's Louisa Heinzel's bestie. Crafty bestie. Sweet. I like it. I might even leave it just like that, or I might put something in here so that she could label her pocket if she wanted to. We could come back and put a label here. I was thinking about putting a pocket there, but I don't want to cover that up. I think we'll just stick to this the way it is. You could always go and do more and more with a journal like this, but you also don't have to. That's that side. Okay, this is where it opens up. So let's put one of these cut aparts up there. I like this one with the plant and the window and the book. I also like the suitcases. I definitely want to put the suitcases in as well. Okay. And look, I just have this random square over here of white. That could work for this page. And this could go down and this could go up. And she could like title it if she wanted to. I like that. So simple. Yeah, we just want to keep it real simple. Now, I do want to decorate the covers. I think, you know, it's like I love a journal. It's all done up, but I think it's also nice to make something clean and simple because, like, if you can imagine, like, her handwriting will be here, you know, and like she'll fill the pages with her words and her thoughts and feelings or whatever, her dreams. And that's what's really going to make the journal finished and beautiful is when it's used. Like I can just already envision the handwriting and, you know, the beauty of it in use. A vellum pocket, that's a great idea. Bye, Carrie. Have a wonderful weekend. Happy Mother's Day to everyone. Okay. Even if it's fur babies, they take a lot of work too. Okay. So this page, I feel like I want to do something to this page. Again, it doesn't have to be a lot. What if, let's create a belly band. Look how pretty this paper is. Oh my goodness. Ooh, I really like this side if it were a belly band. Ay, 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 right? This paper is so pretty. Hold on. I don't have very much of this paper left, and I might want this for the cover. This with another pattern behind it might be really lovely. This is not what I'm thinking, but you know, just a little something behind it. I think it's pretty enough for a cover. The only other, and the thing about an accordion journal is you get two covers. Look at this piece. This might be, the back cover could go, like one cover could go sideways and one cover could go up and down. Let's do that. I'll find a different piece for the belly band. And I honestly don't mind this like taupe color. See if I have any more scraps of it. I don't think I do. That's okay. It's so hard to choose, Maddie. It's so hard. Okay. Our journal is 8 inches tall, right? So I need to cut this at 8. And now we just need little strips. You know what? I am going to keep it even instead of doing little strips. How wide is this piece? This piece is just 4.5. So let's make it 5. And a quarter. Yeah. Debbie, how are you doing? Welcome. Happy Mother's Day weekend. Yeah, that's going to be our cover. I know it's really ultra simple, but it's perfect being ultra simple. And look, we'll use this inside the journal somewhere probably. We can also put like a label on here that says journal if we wanted to. Okay. Lovely. Layering up the cardstock like this on this cover too will just help strengthen it a little more. Okay, so that will be one cover, and I like it very much. And I think I can come in here and find a really pretty label that says like journal or something and put it right up here. Now we need to do this side. For this side, let's kind of do a real similar concept. Let's turn the paper up, right? And I'm going to try to fit the book and the bird in on this one. So this one will go horizontal. Let's use the same paper again, because I like continuity. So I think that will do. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. Okay. Look how easy that was. I don't know about y'all. I sometimes get stressed out by the covers. I always do them last, but I get stressed out going, what am I going to do? It's the cover. It's so important. What am I going to do? But that was so easy. So you trim a little off here. We'll use this inside the journal too. And then this needs to be 6 inches. Perfect. Okay. And that's going to go right there. I know. Wouldn't that be a pretty card? I have some Mente card videos on my channel where I feel like it's some of, you know, when Mente came out, there was no other paper really quite like it. I think Stamperia is sometimes like that too. And it's really hard to use it because you're not accustomed to using paper like that. And so I made videos of card inspiration using it. There's quite a few videos, I think, of me using Mente paper. because I thought it was just so exceptional. I mean, it's exceptionally beautifully made. And it was particularly when it first came out different than what people I think are accustomed to when they think patterned paper. Because it had these scenes and it had, you know, these elements to it that were different. Okay. Our covers are done. I mean, we could put like the little jimmies on it, you know, we could put gems on it if we wanted to. I don't want to put too much on it, but there's our front and back cover. This one, I wish I had a bird. I think there's a bird in a birdhouse. I could fussy cut this out. I'm going to warn y'all, I'm about to sneeze potentially, and I'm usually loud and obnoxious, so I'm sorry. I'll try not to. Try not to sneeze. Don't do it. All right. Just do a little fussy cutting with this piece. I love the fans in this paper collection, the birds, everything. It's just gorgeous. The colors. I'm glad I'm finally using it, you guys. It's been in my stash. It's been in my stash so long I forgot it. And that's why I'm trying to go through one cubby at a time and oh, have fun adulting. Said no one ever. Oh, look. It's kind of like out the window. Oh, I like it up there. Because that window, I don't know. Kind of feels like it's just outside the window. And it's just the right height. Let's do it. I'm going to ink blend a little bit though. Where's my tea dye? There it is. I think it needs a little ink blending just to kind of make it stand out. Needs a little contrast. Yeah, I've got to clear out one of my desk in the other room and move. We're going to totally rearrange we have two like kind of living rooms, and we've got to totally rearrange them for this new equipment that we just bought last night. Workout equipment. So the kids' living room is where that's going. Because my son is a teenager and we kind of have the room decorated with a split. So one part of it's going to be workout equipment and a workout space, and the other one's going to be his chill space. Okay, I like that. And now if I still want to put a label, like a journal label, I can put that right down here. But I think that bird was meant to go there. Would you guys agree? I think it was meant to go there. Mama Juju, how you doing? Happy Mother's Day weekend. Okay. And I don't think this one needs anything. I like it just like that. I think we're done with this journal for now. On my own time, I may come in and add something to it, but I may not. You know, I have these other pieces. It goes like this. That I can add in if I want. And I do like the idea of adding, you know, a few journaling spots still on maybe the busier pages. That's kind of pretty. Kind of do like a layered look. Something like that. That's pretty. I like that. Let's glue that down and I'm done for now. I have made her, my mother-in-law, a mini album before for photos, but I've never made her a journal. This will be her first journal. And again, it's just the aesthetics. I never really felt like it would be her kind of thing, but I think she'll like this one. I've made it in a way that I think she'll enjoy using it. Okay. This is the back page of the signature, by the way. See, so now it just goes straight to the other cover. So that's the back page. All right. Some really plain Jane areas, but again, perfect for journaling. And then this side. Could easily put a corner tuck pocket there, but I'm not going to. I'll use some of the ephemera to tuck into these pockets, and then she can journal on the back if she wants. Again, I didn't put too many pockets in this journal because I just didn't think that would be her jam. It'd be nice to have a few things here and there. I think we're done with this. We did it. Yep, that's it. I'll save these for, I have a few more sheets now of this, not too many, but I'll save them for that. Okay, we did it. That one is done. I really like it. To me, this is the front. So we've been here, we've made 2 journals now. This one's feeling a little wild. I'm wondering if I should glue that down. My ruffle. I'll give it to my mom and see what she thinks. I'm kind of thinking, hold on though. I have an idea. One, I could trim that ruffle down. But 2, oh, she loves stuff like this. I just have my flowers tucked away in a box because I don't use them very often. What is your favorite ink for distressing pages to give it an antique look? Well, Paige, Um, honestly, I use my Distress Oxide the most often because it's the ink that I use the most often, you know? Um, but if I'm making a journal to sell, I really, or give, I really do try to use inks that are more permanent and not water reactive. Because I don't know if someone's going to get like mixed media, you know, trying to do mixed media on it. And then they might be upset that the ink is moving. So I've always thought, well, it's probably better to, oh, that is so pretty. Isn't this amazing, you guys? These are old Prima flowers, and I'm sorry because I know I want a whole bunch of them myself. They're called Angel Eyes Celebrate. Item number 549428. And yeah, we all want to go look for these. But they're from 2011, so I don't want to jinx you and say you can't find them. But they might be hard to find. But that is just lovely. I do like that there. I just feel like I need some kind of filler here because of the gap between that wide ruffle and the book cover. And I like the way this kind of fills that in. And my mom loves costume jewelry, so I think she would really like this. These were the other ones I grabbed. I don't think we need more. I was going to see if I needed to put more on it, but I don't think it needs, I think it just needs that one piece. What do y'all think? It just depends. I like tea dye sometimes. I like antique linen. I like any brown. Really, to me, it just depends. And then sometimes it's nice to use like a gray or blue. You could use any color. So I think I'm going to put that right there. What do y'all think? Now, my mom likes shabby chic, so I'm making, you know, they could not be more opposite, these two women, in a lot of ways. They get along great, but they couldn't be more different in a lot of ways. But I definitely think I want to put that there, and then I just need to make sure when I open it, yeah, it'll be fine. So I'm going to put that there. And now I'm still trying to decide if I want to cut this down a little bit. I'll leave it. If for some reason she doesn't, well, I mean, there could be a reason. If she doesn't like how much that sticks up, I can always trim it down for her. I'm going to put that flower there, though. We're committing to this. This is too pretty. Oh, Bethany, I feel your pain there. Like, you get to a point with migraines where it's like, I just want my life back. I'll try anything to get rid of this mind. At least I've been there. Oh, man. So sorry you're also a sufferer. Migraines are just the worst. Okay, so this makes me happier. I really love it, in fact. I think that's exactly what the cover needed. Okay. All right, those two are done. I have one more I need to make. I don't know if I should make it with you guys now. I'm like looking off to the side, like, trying to get inspiration real quick, like. Have I used this one yet? I'm like looking at a journal. Oh, I have. But I think this is, I love this journal. Let's just look at this journal real quick together. And maybe we'll make one like this. Oh my gosh, longest video ever. Sorry. Okay, let me put my glue back on. All right, document style journal. So it's super long and tall. But I love this journal and how it feels, and I love the different pages in it. I used old book pages, obviously, tea-dyed paper, and pattern paper. I'm trying to get an idea of how I made the cover. Yeah, we can make a cover again like that. And then I sewed. I have some journaling in here. I love this. This one makes me think of Swiss Family Robinson, this image. When the little boys riding the ostrich. I always think of that when I see that image. But maybe my sister-in-law would like a document style journal. If I was going to make a long video, which obviously that's the case, I wanted to give you guys lots of inspiration as far as like different ways to construct and make a journal. So I'm really loving this one. I know I've made my sister-in-law journals, but I know I've never made her a document style journal. I also have this unfinished thing right here. I made this for, I'm not going to give her this one. I really just don't like ring bound journals. As much as I try to like them, I just don't. Made this a couple of months ago for a paper stash smash video, and I never finished it. I never revisited it. I'll probably just pop it in an order, to be honest, because I'm done with it. Like, I just really, they're just not me. I just have to accept it. They're just not me. I love them for everybody else who loves them, but I don't love them for me. All right. I think that we're going to make, if y'all are down for it, a document style journal. And now I just need to pick paper. Paper. So let me get some tea-dyed paper. I was wanting to make her, because she's a teacher, I was wanting to make her a summer journal. Let me see if I can find some summerish paper. Some summer vibes. Let's look at this one together. It's tropical. No, it's not. It's greenhouse, but she loves plants. So this is Old Recollections greenhouse. So pretty. See, I could totally see that being a journal page. Then I don't know about that. I just might take bits and pieces. Ooh, yeah, that's pretty. Let's use this paper pad. I didn't have any printables prepped today. Would not be hard to allege that I'm not prepared. Okay, so these 3 pages would be really pretty. Let's pick some more. All Recollections and all their plain paper and their paper pads is not my favorite thing. I stopped buying them, honestly, because I did not want all this plain paper. I get it. It's cool if you want to like mat things or something, or if you scrapbook. I don't know, but I just didn't want all that plain paper, so I stopped buying them. I get it. It's nice to have coordinating things, but what I wish they would do is sell it separately. Like if you want the coordinating paper, make smaller packs, keep them cheaper, and sell them separately. No one asked me, but that's my thought. All right. So that's really pretty, very summery. Let's use that. I know, I'm like borderline sassy, y'all, but I don't mean to be sassy. I'm just, you know, sharing my opinion right out of my mouth. This is a different one. This is Butterflies and Flowers, DCWV. I've always loved this paper pad. Just wanted to see if there was something in here. Oh my God, I love that sheet of paper. I like these birds, and I think she'll like it too. Let's put that one in there. Oh, I think she'll like some of these. I'm gonna take some of these out to use as ephemera for her journal. Okay, well, we got one sheet and some ephemera. Oh, I also have, I think, two like Plant Lady collections. Let me get those out real quick. See, this is all the stuff I'm trying to use up. It's like these things where I just have like a couple of sheets. Look at these. These have been hiding in here. I didn't even know I had these in it. Oh, nice. Where's the thankful come from? Oh, it's a die cut. Oh, I see. That's really pretty though. Okay. Let's see if some of these papers. Oh, and look at these die cuts. This is a, oh, I like this sheet. Oh, shucks. See, I only have 4 sheets. My story, time for fun, good times, lucky me. Oh, this is a great sheet of paper, and I love the yellow. Delight in the ordinary, nothing else compares. Oh, that's really sweet. And that's, let's use those. What if we use these for the covers? I don't know, maybe. And then look, I'll have a whole envelope cleaned out. Okay. I just really like these. You could also always like fussy cut these out, but I don't know. I don't want to do that. All right, we'll see. let's get started. Let's get a journal made. So now we're going to do a document style. And we've got lots of paper to play with. We're going to use all of this patterned paper, and we're going to use tea-dyed paper. So I'm going to let the tea-dyed paper be my guide as far as my size. And all we're going to do is take it and fold it in half lengthwise on the 11-inch side. I feel like I need to hustle. So let me hustle. What time is it? Ooh, 11:15, y'all. It's time for me to eat my first meal of the day. Well, Jenny, here's the good news. All the paper I'm using is old and in my stash, and you probably can't find it. So I hope that helps you. Go shop your stash. That's what I'm doing. I'm just looking on my shelves and pulling out paper I've forgotten about. So maybe that helps. Okay. 3. All right. All right. We might have to get more. We'll see. Okay, so now let's cut this paper down. It doesn't even have to be the same size. Oh, these could be a little bit smaller if we wanted them to be. Let's be thoughtful about direction, and let's get this stuff cut down. Hey, Froggy. Right. That's correct. Except for with tea-dyed paper, you can get some issues there. Okay. I am going to cut this down to 11 inches. So I'm just going to cut to 11 inches here, because that's the height of our journal. And now you honestly don't, with every sheet, you don't then have to cut it down to like 8.5. We could cut it to 8. We could not cut it at all. We could fold it. So there's a lot of, you know, options. You could cut it to less than 8, like this page right here. What if we cut it to 7? And then it would just be like not as wide. I mean, you can do that. The thing is with one of these document style journals, the narrow pages can be a little harder to use when they're an all over pattern versus if it's just plain paper, because you could easily write on this with plain paper, but might be a little harder to use with an all over pattern. But I like pages that are, some are shorter, some are longer, because I just think it's pretty. And I like it like that. All right. Let's cut this one down to 11. We can also cut it shorter. We can cut it to 9 or 10 or whatever we want. I'm going to cut it to 9. And now I'm going to score it at 4 1/4. Okay. And maybe I'll cut a little off here. And then I'm going to take this. This is at 4 1/4. I'm putting my score up there. And I'm going to score this side. So I have 3 scores now. This one is 4 1/4 to go in our journal, and this one's scored so it can fold over and create a pocket. So that one can go over there, and then we can cut some that are just the size of the paper. I love these birds, and I think she will too. So I'm going to cut this down to 11. by 8.5. And I'm cutting it because it's directional paper. So I'm cutting it so my little birdies are upright. Okay. So let's go, I'm gonna go a little shorter on this one. I'm gonna go 10. Because we can. Rotate. 8.5. You guys, my scrap pile is gonna be gorgeous after today. We're gonna have to come back and make some scrappy cards this week in my lives. Oh, sending prayers, Jenny. Back to the 1900s. Yeah. You have paper from the 1900s. I love that. Okay, let's trim this down. Take an inch off of here. So I'm going to trim it down to 11. And then this one I think we'll score again like we did that other piece, because why not? We're going to score at 4 1/4. And then I'm going to move that out. My dog is snoring so hard. To 8.5. Okay. Score. So we'll have a pocket here. Might need to trim a little of that off. It's going to be a hard pocket that's hard to get things in and out of if I don't trim a little off. There we go. And now another page done. Oh, I think my sister-in-law will really like this. And my stomach's like, and I would really like to eat right now. Okay. 2 more. Fancy foil. Let's go 10.5. I don't think I have any that are 10.5 tall yet. 10.5, 4 1/4. I'm going to do the same pocket thing. 4 1/4, score, 8.5, score. So 2 scores, and then I'll trim a little off for a shorter pocket. I don't know. Bye, Maddie. So good to see you. Happy Mother's Day. All right. This last one. 8.5 by 11. We'll take an inch off. All right. Just score it in half. 4 1/4. Now, real quick, if y'all don't mind, I want to go through some of my printable pages with you. Look at all these fabulous scraps. Oh, let's pull in, because I think we can. I mean, I know that we can, but a couple of sheets of this. This paper ended up being, I had no idea it was going to be the perfect pack of paper today for all 3 journals. That, I don't even know how that happened. But let's put a few sheets of this in there too. It's kind of sweet too, like all 3 journals will have this in common. Okay, I'm going to put my scraps to the side. Fold up another sheet of this. And then I may grab one more. Let's see, let's do this color. All right. Cool. We'll put 3 sheets of that in there, and then let me go through my printables. I have some just random stacks. I don't know where they're from. Some of them, I don't exactly know where they're from or anything, but I think maybe I will put some of these girls in there because I know she'll like them. She has a gypsy heart or a boho heart. Oh, there's some fun words. We've got quotes. I can't go through everything and do the whole process with y'all, but I can do, you know, we can definitely get this thing built and you'll have an idea of where it's going. Some more words. Okay. I'm going to grab some coloring book pages because I know she'll like that. And try not to cause a craft lunch. Whimsical Escapes from Crayola. Let's see if there are some in here that I think. A bike with the flowers, cute. She likes to sketch and draw. I've gotten her like her blood pressure is down. Oh, yay. Praise the Lord. That is wonderful. Let's grab these flowers because it's kind of a botanical theme. Anyways, she likes to sketch and draw. Oh, love the birds, the butterflies. Okay, that should be enough coloring book pages. Anyways, I think this will inspire her to draw. Okay. I think we have enough variety here. I like variety. These are off to the side. These girls will go in for sure. Got those. One more pull. Don't mind me. And I just have stuff falling everywhere. Let's see what's in here. Ooh, these are some that were sent to me. So it turns out as an adult, you can eat chocolate for breakfast if you want. There's a little, oh, literally no one policing that. That has to go in her journal because we joke about this kind of stuff all the time together. Okay. Those were sent to me in Happy Mail. Some random stickers and some birds. These are from Sweet Pea Curiosity, these mixed media birds. Ooh, here's some pretty pages. I think these are all mixed. These are all Sweet Pea Curiosity as well. Let's put that page in there. Some photos, some travel. Ooh, more botanical. These are from Calico Collage. Some of these would be really pretty in there. This is Dreams, etc. Let's put a couple more of these in the mix. All right, I think I'm done pulling pages. Thanks for bearing with me. Okay. So pretty. Okay. I just want variety because it makes me happy, because like that's the beauty of a junk journal. Okay, let's build a journal. So I'm going to take my pages and again separate them by their type. So these are like plain cardstock, colored cardstock. That's going to be a pile. These are the 3 printables that we just pulled that are all kind of grungy and numbers. That'll be a pile. I pulled 3 coloring book pages. That will be a pile. So fun. Then we've got all these cardstock pages that we did. So that's its own pile. And now, if I want to build 3 signatures, it's easier to do that. So I got to decide how I want the journal to start. See, this page was cut a little shorter, but I like that. Okay. And then we just start kind of putting our variety in. And I definitely have a pattern to where I do put out like a page or 2 and then tea-dyed paper. Like that's definitely like my go-to kind of pattern with assembling pages. Let's take a look at what we've got so far. Yeah, let's pop these birds in this signature. Okay, let's put in a tea-dyed paper. And then let's make this the centerpiece. Okay. I'm going to call that signature done. I'm going to clip it together right here for now. This is where the big clips come in handy, you guys, because when you have shorter pages, you can still make sure you're clipping them. If you don't have any and you have a Hobby Lobby near you, I would put this on my Hobby Lobby list. I think they're like $1.99 for a whole pack of these. I really do enjoy using them. So I'm just picking the fronts of my signatures. It's going to be a front of a signature as well. Oh, thanks, Linda. Sorry I've been on here so long. All right. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Glad you're here. Happy Mother's Day. You know, if you ever have a sleepless night, you could bookmark this video and come back and let me help you go to sleep. Put you to bed. All right, so this is all good. Gosh, I kind of want one more patterned paper. Let's do this one. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to call this signature done. Look, I'm not even counting how many pages are in each signature. I'm just kind of going with the flow here. Let's make this the front of a signature. Okay. All right, just use up the rest of my paper. There we go. Signatures are built. Three signatures ready to go. Let's make a cover, front and back cover. I'm over here looking for chipboard. Don't mind me. Maybe I put it over here. Sorry, hold on. Found it. Okay, here we go. I don't even know what size these are. I literally am like a pack rat and just keep chipboard when I find it. But I've also ordered it before. You can order 12 by 12 chipboard and it's pretty inexpensive, and you can choose the weight of your chipboard. So if you're making a lot of journals, you might find that to be a benefit. All right, our journal is 11 inches high. And I'm not going to make the same mistake I made last time. I'm going to make it just 1/4 of an inch taller because that's about what I really like. So I like my cover to be about 1/4 of an inch taller than my pages, and no more than that. This trimmer is not really made to cut chipboard. That's okay. We can do the rest with these. And I'm not going to use this piece today, but you can save these pieces for spines. So if you're building a journal with a spine, you can save that. Let's see how wide this is. Oh, I think we're going to be able to get both our front and back cover from this one piece. Okay, now this is what's different. What's different here is, so I like my height of my cover to be about 1/4 inch taller than my pages. But when you're talking about the width of your journal cover, you actually want it wider depending on the kind of journal you're making, or else your pages will stick out. So our pages are 4 1/4. I'm gonna do like 4 3/4 or 5 inches, because that won't be so bad. I'm gonna do 4 3/4. Let's see, let me think about it for a second. Hold on. Let me pull out my prototype. Where did I put it? Here it is. So let's go back and look at the successful one. See the distance there? We build in that distance because the chunkier your pages get, the thicker your journal gets, the more kind of space you need here. So let's use this one as our measurements, because I like the way this one came out. So it is just over 4.5. But that's because it's a soft spine. If it weren't a soft spine, well, 4.5 would probably still work, but I might even do 4 3/4. So yeah, it's just over 4.5. Okay. We're gonna plan this one so that it works, because today has been a little rough in that department. Okay, 4.5. I was just a little over. I'm gonna go 2 marks over. That blade just does not want to go all the way through. You guys, I got my new die cutting machine from Gina K. I mean, I bought it from scrapbook.com, but it's the Gina K, the little one, the little mini. I haven't seasoned it yet. Jenny. Well, maybe I make it look easier, but I also make mistakes. Okay. There we go. We've got covers. One thing I did is I picked all my papers and I made my signatures, but I didn't pick cover paper. I mean, I did pick this one, but I don't know that I love it for a cover. I'm kind of, but I do and I don't. What a weird feeling. Let's shop around. I have too much pretty paper to compromise. Remember when I was like, I want to make her a summer journal? I have Sun Chaser by Heidi Swapp. It's like quintessential summer paper pad. We've kind of gone more botanical now than summer. Yeah, I don't think any of those are calling to me for this cover. I love the stars. That's funky and fun. I also like that one. What if we do those two? This is new. The new Tim Holtz guillotine cuts chipboard like a dream, and Maymay had them on a good sale. Oh, well, hi, Terrence, and thanks. I didn't know he had a new guillotine. I did not know that. I think I'm going to use these as my covers, and I think I'll put these on the inside. Let's just try it. It's only paper, right? But yeah, I think those are going to be my covers. All right. And if I cut this at 6, it's gonna, I think we'll be able to get both of them out of it. So I'm just gonna cut this at 6, and I can't make any more cuts. That's it. So that could be the front and back. Oh, sure. I'll make the front and back cover matching. Okay. So we've done this already once in this live when we made when we made the accordion journal, but we're going to do the same thing again. I'm going to take and fold my edges over. One thing to be aware of when you're working with like pattern paper, like this scrapbook paper, is some fold better than others. Some kind of crack when you fold them. So you could get mixed results. Okay, so I folded that over the 4 edges, and it's a tight squeeze, but it'll work. I'm mitering the corners here. Yeah, I'm always on the hunt, Terrence, for the perfect trimmer. I have yet to find the perfect trimmer. I've been using the Spellbinders one for the last few months and really do enjoy it. The problem is the blades. You know, they just dull out on you and you have to replace them. And it's like sometimes they're not in stock, and it would be nice to have a self-sharpening. And I've definitely used guillotine in the past. I'm just still always on the hunt for that perfect paper trimmer, that's for sure. Okay, and now I'm putting my double-sided tape down. Wendy, we've been building journals pretty much all morning. I've been on a few hours. Oh my gosh. And this is the 3rd journal. They're all 3 different. I thought it would be really fun, and I thought it would be a lot faster than what it has been, to make 3 different types of journals. So we've made an accordion journal. We've made a really cool kind of glue-in to a old vintage book journal. So let me show you the first 2. We made this one, which was constructed completely different. And then there's this one. And I struggled, and there was a lot of learning lessons. And then this is the accordion journal. And then now we're making a document style journal. So I need to make Mother's Day gifts. That's what you're watching me do. I am hopefully keeping everyone inspired and also making Mother's Day gifts today. Nothing like leaving it to the last minute. Oh, was that supposed to go? No, that does have tape. Okay. I just tore off an extra piece. I didn't need to. That's okay. All right. So right now I'm making my cover for our document style journal. And we've already put our signatures. We've ordered them. We haven't sewn them in yet. We'll do that once we get this cover and spine made. Okay, so there's one. let's do the next one. Yeah, and you know, you can take chipboard and layer it. So, you know, you can kind of thicken it up. I did not worry about making that one even from side to side, and that is okay. Like this side's much wider. It's fine. Okay. So let's glue this one down. All right. I'm almost out of double-sided tape. I am. I mean, I have more, I hope, anyways. I at least have a different size hanging out somewhere over here. Let me look in my closet. Dun, da, da, da. Yay! So this is 3/8 inch. And let me show you what I do when I get a brand new roll of tape out. I take a pen or a marker or whatever. This one's sticky. It's because it's, I'm telling you, my house is so humid, you guys. I write the size on the inside because it's not, it doesn't show anywhere. And so I write it so that if, when my tape starts to get low, I can reorder it. And I know what size I want. So right from here, I see it's 3/8. I go ahead and now I throw this away. But I do like to label my tape just so I know what size. So when this starts to get low, I can order another one. Because my house is so humid, I don't keep just rolls and rolls of tape. So this is my only backup. My mom is calling me like, are you not done yet? She doesn't watch my channel, but like, we're going to go get her some new glasses today. And so I'm sure she's like, here's the thing. I won't get to craft again this weekend. So I got to get it done. Okay. So now and then a little bit of cement to hold it together for the next couple of decades. All right. And I explained this earlier, but I'll explain it again because, you know, people come and go. But I use the double-sided tape for instant stick, so I don't have to sit around and wait for my glue to dry. And I use the wet glue to hold for longevity, so I don't have to worry about the journal falling apart later. So that's why I use both. Okay, we have a front and back cover, and I want my colorways to stay the same. So, you know, red at the top, green at the bottom, or green at the top and red at the bottom, but I think I want red. Okay, and then now I want to cover the inside. I am never usually on this late. I'm starting to get all kinds of texts from people and calls. They're all like, she should be done by now. She's ours. Okay. So I'm gonna cut this down. Just kind of eyeballing here how much I want to cut it down. Let me measure. Today I've had a couple of errors, so why don't I just measure? Yeah, I'm gonna cut it down to 11. Okay. And then for the width, let's measure the width. Yeah, let's do 4 1/4. So the same sizes as our pages when they're folded. I'm looking at the words on the paper and deciding which ones I really want. So I'm going to do 4 1/4 here. It says love and fun and yes, I like that. And then let's do this one too. And 4 1/4. Positive vibes only. Celebrate today. Fun. These little moments. Live and wonder. I like this. I'm going to put that one on the front cover. And I think I'll put this one on the back cover. Like that. Okay, next stage. I don't pull it out and use it very often, but I have this. This is a specific bookbinding tape. It is indestructible. It's so strong. It's so good. It's almost like a nylon tape, but it's made for bookbinding and book mending. I am going to use this as my binder along with fabric. Let me line these up a little better. There we go. All right. If you don't have this, don't worry. There are other ways you can bind these things together. But I have it. I might as well use it. I don't use it very often. I don't want it to go bad because, you know, adhesives don't just stay good forever. So I'm going to use it today, but you don't have to. All right. What I'm trying to decide is if I want to put it down before I put down my other piece of paper. I think I do. You can go over. Let me show you what it looks like in the journal. So I'm building this journal just like the way I built this one. So it has fabric on the outside. The signatures are stitched in. And it has this bookbinding tape on the inside. So let's see how I did it. Yeah, I did it underneath this layer. So that's what I'm going to do again because it just feels like the way to go. So I'm not going to adhere these two sheets down yet. first thing I'm going to do is put these down. So I'm going to put these off to the side. Move all this stuff over. I'm a mind reader. No, I understand why that would be a question, right? Like, why use both? Is that overkill? And it's like, no, not really. It's so I can keep moving and there's not a delay. I get frustrated, honestly, when I forget to use the double-sided tape because then I'm stuck holding things until they're dry enough. Okay, now this part of the construction, you want to make sure you have like things like spaced out evenly, that you have everything lined up. You want to make sure your spine, you know, that you have a nice wide spine area here, but you still have to be able to have enough tape to hold everything together. And my hair is in it. This is real. This is the real deal. All right. Yes, the 2 glue works for Texas weather. It's hardcore around here, you guys. I'm gonna go a little wider because I can. And I have 3 signatures, so I'll want the widest spine I can get. Now I'll tell you, once you put this down, there's no turning back. I'm trying to not stick it to that other side. You hear the breathing? I'm like, okay. I don't think I got it perfect. Okay, so now I'm trying not to stick it to my desk, right? I'm only wanting to stick it to the sides there. All right. Let's use our fabric now, and we're going to put fabric down here, and I'm going to glue with Fabri-Tac right here and here. There's one thing I have to say. It is not fun stitching through this. I'm remembering that myself now. It's not fun stitching through adhesive. But it is a way to build these books. So let me rip some of this. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. I'm sorry it's such a mega marathon, but I need to make these journals. Okay. Now, I will tell you this. If you have a sewing machine, I like to not use this tape. And this is why I don't use it that much anymore, because I don't like sewing through it. I don't like stitching through it. But if you don't have this tape and you have fabric and you have this thinner chipboard, you can just sew the two together. And that is, I like that. I like making journals like that. But this is how we're doing it today. Okay, so now I'm going to put Fabri-Tac here and here. And our book cover and spine will be complete as far as construction is concerned. here's what I'm going to do, you guys. I am going to build this journal with you. I'm going to go ahead and stitch in my signatures and we'll be done with the live. We'll look at the 3 journals that I made today, but I am not going to decorate this one on camera. I need a break. I got to go eat. I got to return phone calls and do other things before I get to finish this one. Okay. Now, we have a journal cover. See, and a nice flexible spine where we can stitch in our 3 signatures. Let's put the end tape on the inside, the end papers, I mean. Thanks, Susan. Okay. So we'll put this one here. I also like to do it this way with my end papers going on top of this tape in case it were to try to release. It's kind of reinforced. But I have used this tape for years and years since I started, and I've never had any like release. Not to say it wouldn't over time. I wouldn't consider it heirloom quality necessarily, but it is a really strong one. Okay. I think I wanted this one over here and this one over here, but it doesn't really matter. That's just being uber particular on my behalf. Just kind of burnishing everything in. Okay. And that's that. My lines are showing through. I think once they're dry, they won't, but if they, let's say that, see the glue lines going zig, 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 zag. If they were still showing once it's all dry, then I would just put paper or ruffle or, you know, I just decorate it and it would be fine. Okay, let's stitch in our 3 signatures. Decide what order. I think I want it to go like this. See, I used to always use these big bulky clips, and I found them to be really annoying because my waxed thread would get around them when I was sewing in my signatures and stuff, and now I hardly ever use these anymore. I really just like these big paper clips. All right, so let's take a look. Ooh, she's thick. She is thick, but that's great because my sister-in-law will have a lot of space for journaling. It'll get a little thinner once I take the clips out and everything. All right, let's sew it in. Let's see, let's make a template. I'll use this release tape from the release paper from the tape, and we'll make a real simple template here. I'm going to do a 3-hole pamphlet stitch. I'm going to keep my stitches closer together because some of my pages are shorter than others. I'm going to turn it this way so y'all can see the whole thing. This is the same height as my journal cover, which is perfect. So I'm going to use this. Trying to find a pen. Thanks, Des. Can you believe I'm still here? This is the longest live I've ever had. I'm even a little exhausted. Okay, so I'm going to put a hole there. Okay, so now I'm eyeballing. You don't have to eyeball, but I'm just going to eyeball all this and mark out here, here. This would be better with like a pencil or something, probably, but it's okay. I'll put a smaller dot this time here. Here. This is a tight one. I should have moved it all that way. Now, I'm going to use this template to poke my holes in my paper. I'm having to kind of eyeball it. It should be the height of my paper and not necessarily my book. Which just means it could come out a little wonky, but that is like how it is. It's just how it is today. A little wonky is the way. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm kind of making it even from top to bottom because this strip of paper is measured to my journal size and not necessarily my paper size. I'm going to come in, I'm going to use the same template, and I'm going to mark my holes for each signature. So that one's done. Let's do this one. Hold on, this signature doesn't feel like it's, there we go. Much better, okay. The pages were not flush. Okay, that's more like it. Okay. Next. This will be off just enough that they'll know it's handmade. I do like having that love on the front cover too, Susan. You're right. Okay. Now, I wanted this to be in the back, middle, and front. Now before, I should have checked before, but just making sure everything's upright. And we're good. Yes, it is. Bird's upright. That's good. He's not upside down. And this one has a bicycle and it's upright and the birds are upright. And I think that's all in this one. So, all right. Cool. Let's do this. So now I poke my holes through just the signature first. Okay. And now I'm going to line up those signatures to these holes. And I'm going to move this one in a little bit. Risky business moving it after you've marked it, but Risk is my middle name in the craft room. All right, let's sew this signature in. Wrong needle. Ooh, is she big? Hold on. It's like Goldilocks. All right, that one will work. Let's use green because why not? Very botanical journal. 3 lengths of my page. And I have 3 signatures, so I need 3 of them. In this case, we're measuring once and cutting 3 times. Versus the carpenter saying of measure twice, cut once. Okay, there we go. Have all of our strings cut. Well, guys, I'm so excited that y'all have hung out with me. I have 3 gifts that I've made today. I'm exhausted from it, I'm not gonna lie. But that's what I get for waiting till the last minute. All right, where you start is where you stop with the signature, the 3-hole pamphlet stitch. So I'm gonna start from the inside so I can finish on the inside and tie myself a nice little bow. And I'm making this slightly harder on myself because I don't have my signature like fixed to the cover. So that's just my bad. I'm making it trickier than it needs to be, but we'll get through this. And you can see, like, you can sew through this bookbinding tape, but it's just that you might have to clean your needle afterwards. After doing 3 signatures, it'll have a little adhesive on it. It could be worse. Okay. It's a little lopsided, my thread is, and I did split it, but it's okay. Not too bad. Okay, 1 on each side. Now, my thread in this case is like really long because I measured it to the height of my book. Let me turn it this way. I measured it to the height of my book, my thread. I did 3 links of this, but my holes are closer together. So you don't necessarily always need 3 links if that's the case. Okay, just making sure everyone's playing nicely. All right. Now, I can clip this to get it out of my way over here. I'm like Des. I like to sew when I'm doing multiple signatures, sew them in, starting with the back one and get it out of the way. All right, so let's do that again. And this is our signature. Again, just one more time, making sure I'm not sewing anything in upside down. This one doesn't really have direction to it. Let me look on the back here. Oh, it does. It has the birds. Okay, well, luckily I was going the right direction. Yeah. So this one goes in like this. Hi, Kat. Long time no see. How you doing? Have a great... Hi, Paula Rice. This long live was awesome. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Kim. Hey, Wendy. Yeah, no, it's not gonna lie, it's a little exhausting, but in the best of ways. Like, either way, I had to make these. So I just figured might as well have the camera on. All right, definitely not making cards today. I thought we would be able to do everything. I don't know. I'm really bad at estimating time, I'm finding out. Bad at estimating how long something takes, apparently. And guys, I really recommend that you clip your signature to your cover for something like this. I'm not exactly doing it the way I would suggest you do it. But how else are we gonna have all the calamity that we've come to expect here if I don't do things that way? All right. Des, watching you sew in those signatures last weekend, was that last weekend that you were sewing the signatures in? I think it was. I was getting nervous and I was just cooking breakfast. I'm not saying you were getting nervous, but on the other side, I was. Okay. All right. I need to eat. I hope you guys have been eating, drinking. Look how they're coming together nicely. Like, see, it's pretty even. It's not perfect. They're slightly off by a millimeter here or there, but pretty even. You always hold your breath. Yeah, I know, right? Doing good, waiting for a big rainstorm. It's very humid. Ugh. Yeah. But oh my gosh, you live in one of the most beautiful parts of the country. So if you're going to be humid somewhere, That's the place to do it. Okay, last one. And I can clip these down to get out of my way too if I want. Not to the cover, but I can just clip it to that other signature here. See the beauty of these big clips? They are just so handy. Okay, last one. This one right here. And she is going to be full of pages. So I'm poking the holes that I had already marked previously. See, everything's a little goopy. I just have to take a baby wipe, maybe a little Goo Gone. It's not too bad, but it's just a little goopy from the adhesive, having that adhesive spine. All right, last one. Sorry, I need to poke my hole before this part. Okay, there we go. And over here. There we go. Now we're going. Bought my dog a new dog bed, you guys, because I love her so much. She hates it. $85 down the drain. I cannot get her to lay in it. It's been 2 weeks. I even went and bought another dog bed and kind of, so she's a big dog. She's huge. And you know, if you know dogs and you know big dogs, as they get older, they have typically some joint problems in their hips and things. So I got her this fancy dog bed that's like elevated and it takes the pressure off of them. And, you know, I'm going to clean that before I put that back in. Like it's to help her as she ages. She does not like it. So then I was like, okay, I'm going to go buy another bed to put on top of it. Because, you know, I understand. We like comfy things, like really comfy things. She likes a plush life. I get it. Okay. I can get behind that. So I went and got her like a plush bed to put on top of it. She still doesn't like it. It was a fail. I don't know what to do. Y'all have any suggestions? I don't want to start over. You went to an outdoor craft session. Cool. Craft show, not session. There were no paper crafters. Well, I will say, Kat, I don't like to do outdoor shows because I am a paper crafter, and what if it rains? Can you imagine all the hard work and all the hours and all the everything, and one rainstorm could just ruin it all? Look at that. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. For as messy as I made that process, I'm glad it turned out. Let's just say that. Put an old bed on top. I mean, by the time I'm done making Princess Phasma happy, I could have bought her a bed. A proper human bed. A toddler bed. At this point. We did it. Let's look inside. It's not done because like I want this to be probably a pocket, so I need to like glue that down. But let's see what it looks like. Fun. I think it's summery. She loves plants. Got big old bows in it. Lots of space for journaling. It is 4¼ so she could put like a 4x6 photo in here. Let me grab one off my desk. I have one of my old strawberry shortcake bike. So from when I was a kid. See, you can put a 4x6 and then still journal in here. So we did it. We made 3 journals. It was a marathon, and I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. This is the last one that we made. What I might end up doing is just, this one's for my sister-in-law, and she's creative. So I may just give her a bunch of scrapbook paper. Now look, I don't love that right there because I didn't line up I kind of adjusted my holes as I went because I didn't want this back signature to be too close to the spine. So I bumped everything that way. And now you can see my holes, but it is what it is. It'll be fine. I wouldn't necessarily want to sell it like that, but I don't mind giving it, you know, as a gift. But it's fun. It's a fun little journal. I think she'll like it. I think she'll have fun writing in it this summer. She loves my journals. She uses them. She loves them and uses them. So I think she'll have fun writing in it and memory keeping with her kiddos this summer. I really like it. I'll do the cover later. I'll decorate it later, but it's got a lot of pages. That's cool. And I will probably have to make a bow, make a closure for it. Okay, let's look at the other 2 journals. We made 3, and that's why I've been on here for 4.5 hours. Yeah, you heard that right. That is crazy. 3 totally different journals for 3 totally different people. And I used 3 different structures. Like I made them in 3 different ways. So to start, we made this one for my mom, who's from Oklahoma. I had bought her this book cover a long time ago. Washi tape hides a lot. That's right, Susan. We could glue some washi tape down on there. And so this is how hers turned out. And I just love this piece here. I had to fix this one. I had a mistake in the making, and I had a sturdy spine on it. This one right here. Turns out the way I had made this journal, you can't have a sturdy spine. You have to have a fabric spine to make the journal this way. But this is the one I made for my mom. And if I have time, I'll come in and decorate it. But if I don't, it's still just a great little writing journal. And luckily there's enough pretty pages that, you know, it's decorative on its own. It is a lay flat journal. So see, like as you journal in it, it is nice that it lays flat. I mean, the ruffle that I have in it kind of makes it not lay perfectly flat, but it's a pretty flat design overall, which is really nice for someone who wants to write. So that is our Oklahoma. Then we made an accordion journal. This one for my mother-in-law, who I can't imagine would actually like a junk journal, which is why I've never made one for her. So I made her a more simple, clean and simple accordion journal. Put the lid on my glue. So I kept this one clean and simple by design for her. And she likes birds and she loves purple. So I think this is perfect for her. Again, I still might come in and do some things like I kind of want to put washi tape or something right here. A belly band, you know, or something. But I'm going to keep it mostly just for writing or where she can put pictures. This one measures 8 by 6. So there's one side. Here's the other. It has a couple of pockets in it, and I did put a few little pieces of ephemera. But for the most part, this one is plain and simple. All the glue I work with, I end up getting things in there. This pocket, a couple of pockets, not too many. Not too many crazy things. And then a pocket here in the back. So we made that one. And then we made this last one, which you probably already saw. So then we made this one completely different. And just made kind of more of a standard 3 signature with a soft fabric spine journal. That's a document style, so it's super tall and long. There's no way for me to get it all in the frame because it's so tall. But that's kind of what makes it fun, is it's long and narrow and totally different. And hers is more botanical and summery. Wow, you guys, I need electrolytes and sleep. After this marathon, I don't know what you all need, but I need sustenance, electrolytes, and sleep. That was a marathon, but I have 3 gifts for 3 totally different people, and they're all journals. And so I hope that that inspires you, you know, to all the different considerations that kind of like we took in all the different ways that we made these. I hope you're feeling inspired, and maybe don't wait till the day before you need them, but definitely make a junk journal. Oh my gosh, Kat, if you just have a sleepless night, you might turn this video on. Oh, and Mama Juju, you got some straightening done. That is wonderful. I love you guys so much. Have a wonderful Mother's Day to every single person out there. Y'all all deserve it. Happy Mother's Day. I hope you get showered with love and appreciation just like you deserve. And I will see you all back here on Monday. I believe my live schedule, although I haven't checked the dates, is Monday, Wednesday, Saturday again this week. Monday and Wednesday will be around 5:30 a.m. and Saturdays are at 8 a.m. Central Standard Time, and I'm in Texas. So I love you guys to pieces. Thank you for putting up with me. Thanks for being here. It was a long one. Have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you next time. Bye, everyone.